Pangarap ko ang Paskong mapayapa, walang kaguluhan, lahat maligaya, walang lahi, walang yaman, salo-salo sa lungkot at saya.
Ikaw ako, sila tayo, iisang mundo ang ating tahanan, iisang pangarap. Tayo'y magsama-sama, sa amin ay makisakay, tayo'y magkaisa. Ngayong Pasko ay magbigay, kami isang pamilya. Halina at makisabay, damhin ang diwa ng saya, gawing magkulay ang buhay.
Iisang pangarap,
iisang pangarap. Pangarap ko ang Pasko ay masaya, lahat ng tao ay nasa piling ng mahal nila.
karamay ka, kaibigan mo, hindi ka na mag-isa. Ikaw ako, sila tayo,
Isang mundo ang ating tahanan,
isang pangarap.
tayo'y magsama-sama, sa amin ay makisakay, tayo'y magkaisa. Ngayong Pasko ay magbigay, kami isang pamilya. Halina at makisabay, damhin ang diwa ng saya, gawing makulay ang buhay. Tayo'y magsama-sama, sa amin ay makisakay, tayo'y magkaisa. Ngayong Pasko ay magbigay, kami isang pamilya. Halina at makisabay, damhin ang diwa ng saya, gawing makulay ang buhay.
Ikaw ako, sila tayo, iisang pangarap.
Iisang pangarap.
Isang pangarap. Isang
Tayo'y magsama-sama, sa amin ay makisakay, tayo'y magkaisa. Ngayong Pasko ay magbigay, kami isang pamilya. Halina at makisabay, let's spread the joy and laughter, let's make the world much brighter. This blade is better, this blade is better. This blade is better, this blade is better.
It's played, it's better.
Shout out to all of you out there. This is DJ Edge of Blade Radio, coming straight to your speakers for the ultimate listening experience.
Hello to all the listeners, DJ Saber here. As always, we've got only the best mix of driving music and the widest collection of car accessories and car care services under one roof for you.
That is absolutely right, Saber. So, go ahead, look around, browse through the aisles, and talk to our friendly staff. You'll surely find what you're looking for here at Blade Auto Center.
Meanwhile, let's get right back to the music.
Only here on Blade Radio.
All programs on Blade Radio Live are purely for entertainment purposes only. The views and opinions expressed by the host and the guests do not reflect that of the show, the management, and the company. Now, Bladers, sit back, relax, and enjoy our show.
Hey there guys, Saber here. Welcome back to Blade Radio. Here we're always pushing the pedal when it comes to bringing you the best mix of driving music and high quality, value for money car products and services.
You got Edge right here too, and you are absolutely right, Saber. It's all here under one roof. And what's more, our friendly and attentive staff is always on hand to give you expert advice on the latest car products available.
Of course, Blade offers top industry brands like Sparco, 3M, Dub, Meguiar's, Pioneer, Mothers, Garment, and many more, all of course at a very reasonable price.
We hope you enjoy your visit here at Blade Auto Center. Meanwhile, let's get right back to the music. Keep it here and always remember, if it's Blade, it's better.
Okay, welcome back to the regular program. It's our daily drive, and again, my name is Neil. All right, so if you do have anything, if you're tuned in and you're watching us somewhere live, especially on Facebook, comment. Let us know that you're there so we can give you a shout out. And if you have any questions for our resource person later on, Attorney Junji will be sure to ask him that question, or if you have any reactions. All right. So again, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our media channels: Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Shopee, and Lazada, Blade Auto Center. And well, let's kick things off with some industry news. What's happened in the last week since we were together? Well, first things off, speaking of the North Luzon Expressway, NLEX and Angeles City have partnered up for traffic management. Yep, of course, due to a lot more people using the expressways, and Angeles being a growing city, a lot more people are passing through there. And NLEX and Angeles have partnered up to implement measures, traffic management, to ease the traffic flow in that area. Putting out, making sure that everyone is safe and secure. And these include, the partnership will include the deployment of traffic personnel, improvement of service time at the toll plaza, clearing of sidewalks, removal of illegally parked vehicles or prevention of illegally parked vehicles, loading and unloading, jaywalking, and all the factors affecting traffic flow on NLEX and in and out of Angeles City. Next, CTEK Phillipines has introduced the two-tone Cherry Tigo 2. Now, everybody knows that a good paint job is always good, but a two-tone paint job is always better or gooder. And they've introduced this for their Tigo 2 compact crossover. Now, this can be a combination of blue with a black top, red with a black top that you can see on the screen right now, and orange, also with a black top. And these are priced at $795 and 700. What's this? Wait a minute. I wrote this and I can't. Oh, okay. Two-tone variant is available at $795,000. There you go. So interesting. Moving on, Toyota has come out with Football for Tomorrow in Southeast Asia. Now, what this is online video coaching for kids who like football, and this is video. These are videos made when they did this in the Nagoya Grampus, when they did their football clinics, and you can actually watch these here in the Philippines. It's actually been available online since November 23. Just head on over to facebook.com/Toyota Motor Philippines, or over on YouTube, Toyota Motor Philippines. So you can watch those videos there if you like football. Moving on, our friends over at Nissan Philippines have provided relief to typhoon victims in Bicol and Cagayan, and they've turned over their relief goods to Joint Task Force National Capital Region Civil Military Operations Division of the AFP, and they will take care of putting out all these relief goods for our countrymen who were affected by Ulysses. Moving on, Photon has updated their EC mobile truck, and it's now available 24/7 on site. They will come to you if you have a Photon vehicle, and these are equipped with everything you need to get your car or vehicle or commercial vehicle that's Photon up and running. They've got air compressors, a 3.5 kilowatt generator, all the tools, and 2 large capacity oil pans, if you ever need an oil change or to pick up used oil, and pretty much everything. So if you want to know more about this, check out or email them at inq@photon.com.ph. So that's a peace of mind, 24-hour on-site service if you're a Photon vehicle owner. Moving on, we all know that ever since the pandemic, a lot of us have been getting stuff delivered. And Lala Move has partnered with Pidea because drug dealers have been using these couriers to move their drugs. And Lala Move has taken the initiative and partnered with the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency to make sure that their riders are protected and to catch these unscrupulous individuals using their service to ship drugs around the metro. Okay, moving on, back to Photon. They're now offering 3 days spare parts delivery, or it's free. So they guarantee that you should be able to get your spare parts within 3 days. Otherwise, you will get a free oil filter, air filter, and fuel filter for your vehicle. So that is their commitment to you. 3 days after you set an appointment and order the parts that you need. If it's not available, you get those cool freebies. All right. On Tuesday this week, last Tuesday, Mazda Philippines has unveiled their special edition BT50 pickup 4x4, and they call it the Pangolin edition. And this is in line with their tie-up with the Catala Foundation, who seeks to protect and preserve the Philippine pangolin population, which is an endangered species already because it's being hunted and poached for food and medicine. Apparently, the scales of the pangolin have a medicinal use. Chinese medicine, I think. I'm not sure, but something to that effect. So their numbers have dwindled, and Mazda Philippines is supporting their efforts to keep the numbers of the pangolin up. And we'll be giving them one of these BT50 vehicles. Now, the special edition, if you can see on the screen right now, has a lot of good-looking stuff. It has new wheels. It's got a roof rack. It's got a lot of features like a 7-inch touchscreen JVC infotainment system with CarPlay, Apple CarPlay, and Android Auto. Leather steering wheels, leather seats, and of course, under the hood is a 3.2-liter 5-cylinder, 200 horsepower diesel that puts out 470 newton meters of torque. And this is guaranteed to get you anywhere, okay? And it's on special offer at 1.4 million, available in cool white, titanium flash, true red, jet black, aluminum metallic, and deep crystal blue. Now, this picture that you're looking at, this is, I think, titanium flash. Really nice color. And you do make a lot of savings by getting this one. It's already updated, upgraded, and all you have to do is drive it. Again, it's 1.4 million, 150,000 off, and you get about another 150,000 worth of accessories. So all the cool stuff you see bolted to it, it's flares, it's wheels, it's tires, it's roof rack, it's audio system. You pretty much get that for free. Okay, and before we move on, last piece of news, Toyota Philippines has updated their entry-level SUV, the Rush. And all of the variants now come in 7-seater capacity. Before, you only get the 7-seater in the top-of-the-line variant. Now it's available for all variants. And you also get a reverse camera and a lot of other cool features. You can check this out on their website. And it will now retail at 1.23 million for the automatic. Manual is available at 983,000, and the top of the line is 1.1. So there you go. Brand spanking new Toyota Rush. All right, so that's our industry news. Now let's move on to our product feature for the morning. Our product feature for the morning is from Sparco, booster cables. Now, if you have a brand new car or you have a car, all cars have batteries, and the average life of the battery is about 2 years on its own. Later on, we'll talk about how you can extend the life of the battery in another show. But meanwhile, if you don't have a decent battery charger to trickle charge your battery when you're not using it, this is something you can have. Kasi walang signs naman ng battery kung mamamatay na siya. So if you have one of these and your battery happens to fail, and it happens to fail at the worst time possible, you can ask any of the cars parked near you to give you a jump start. Okay, now this is available at all Blade stores nationwide, or shop online on Shopee and Lazada, or the blade.ph. Okay, there. So again, this is really handy. You might not think of it now, but it's better to have one and not need it, or than to need one and not have it, diba? So importante ito. This is very good, because then if you come across someone who might need help, who doesn't have it, then you'll be able to help them out by jump starting their car. Just make sure the car that's jump starting you is bigger. It needs a bigger alternator and a bigger battery, or the same kind of car. Okay, so again, that's the Sparco Corsa, and it retails for $2,499. Peace of mind. Anywhere you go, somebody will be willing and able to jumpstart you as long as their car is running. All right, so that's our product feature. Again, that's the Sparco booster cable. It's 600 amps, 6 meters long, and will work from 180 degrees Celsius to down as low as negative 30 degrees. It's the XL. That's why it's a little bit pricey, but this just means you've got more cable to work with, and you don't have to worry about getting your cars in that position. Anyway, don't forget to join the Car Club Philippines Facebook page, and you get a lot of updates about everything to do with the road and driving at the Car Club Philippines Facebook page. All right, so we're going to take a quick break. This is Our Daily Drive, and I'm Neil. We'll catch you back in a bit.
Hello, Platers. When was the last time your driving experience was calm? Let me guess. That happened for a few seconds then. Boom. Someone recklessly cut through your lane. What was your response? Welcome to our daily drive. Everyday tips for the everyday driver. As they all say, prevention is better than cure. In this video, we will discuss on how will you prevent road rage. Here's how. Remember to always be the better person in any given scenario. You can always talk it out and solve the problem then and there. But there is also the legal but lengthier way to solve it. In the end, prevention is always better than cure. So, try to avoid the possibility of getting in a rage, and you won't have to endure any of these two scenarios. Let's understand road rage. It refers to the uncontrolled anger of a motorist, usually over another motorist, causing him to feel angry and provoke an aggressive or angry response. This seems to be quite petty, especially if the motorist is quite short-tempered. Let's now compare road rage to aggressive driving. First of all, aggressive driving is a very different case compared to road rage. This term refers to a traffic offense that any driver can be guilty of, especially if they are not thinking straight. This is usually done by a driver with no intention of causing harm. Examples of aggressive driving cases are running red lights, tailgating, and speeding. So how do we prevent road rage? Drive defensively. Always. Driving properly will prevent you from being an aggressive driver. This will also prevent you from standing out in the eyes of aggressive drivers. Keep both of your hands on the wheel always. Keep your cool. Traffic can bring out the worst in us. It can really test our patience and pull our strings. That's why it's best to keep your cool and prepare your mood for the traffic ahead. If you know traffic will take more than a couple of minutes. It takes two to argue. Be the better person. A lot of the road rage and aggressive driving incidents usually involve two or more drivers. Remember to always keep calm and be courteous and polite. Try to speak slowly and show the aggressive driver that you're a reasonable person. This will prevent both parties from making a bigger wreck out of the problem. Keep your head on the road. Don't try to drive when your emotions are high. Emotionally charged situations can blind your reasoning, cloud your decision-making skills, and cause you to get easily annoyed by traffic nuisances. This could have you end up in trouble. Do you agree with our list? Or did we miss road rage tips you have in mind? Comment down below so we can discuss it. We publish a new episode every day. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, so that you don't miss out on all of our new releases. For more driving and car care tips, visit us at www.blade.ph. Blade Auto Center, it's Blade, it's better.
All right, we're back, and now we're going to be talking to our special guest for this session, Attorney Junji Kimbo of the North Luzon Expressway. Bossing, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Neil. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for giving us a little bit of your time. Thanks for coming over, and we're really curious about a lot of things with regard to the expressways. No, and it's so great that you can be here to answer a lot of our questions. First off, sir, how are things going with the transition to cashless these days? I mean, the deadline's been moved and moved. So, how are things with the motorists on the North Luzon Expressway?
Right. Thanks for that question, Neil. Well, to put the thing in context, I actually represent the whole Metro Pacific Tollways group. That includes not only the NLEX, but also the systems in the south. For example, the Cavite Laguna Expressway.
Oh yeah, that's right.
The CTEK, and the C5 South Link, that short bridge that crosses over from Merville to Taguig.
Sir, yun yung sa dulo ng runway.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah,
That's correct.
all right.
That's we call it the C5 South Link, because eventually from Taguig, if you're in BGC and you cross that bridge over the South Luzon Tollway or Skyway, you actually will end up in Parañaque eventually. So that's just the first part of the South Link project that we are doing. So eventually, that's going to be a 7-kilometer expressway that will be constructed right beside the airport, right beside the MIAA. So that's part of our system, and we only opened South Link last year. So on behalf of the Metro Pacific Tollways Group, the RFID campaign actually started much earlier than when the department order was issued by DOTR in August. The motorists will recall that the DOTR issued Department Order 2020-12 in August. That was already a few months ago. Basically, the department order requires two things. Number one, that the operators' toll collection systems must be ready for cashless transactions on November 1. That's really the main objective. Now,
Right.
as an operator, as a concessionaire, and as the company that sort of manages all these expressways, that's our compliance. And I'm happy to report, as of yesterday, that all systems of Metro Pacific Tollways are already RFID compliant. Every toll gate, every toll system, every toll plaza, every entry, every exit required under our system is now RFID ready. Okay, so that's on our part.
Oh, great. Nice.
It's a little bit nuanced insofar as the motorists are concerned. Obviously, the motorists, our customers, daily customers, have to adjust to the RFID. So the campaign to persuade our motorists to have RFID stickers installed, meaning open RFID accounts, is obviously ongoing. And when we started this campaign in July, the actual RFID to cash ratio, that's what we call it, an RFID penetration, metric. But that's just an internal
Yes.
phraseology. But it actually means the ratio of cash to electronic on a daily basis. So we measure that. So for the whole month of July, at least in July, the RFID raise to cash ratio was 31, well, basically 32%. 32% RFID or electronic, and 68% cash. That's
Right.
July. Okay, so basically that's the base we were coming from. I'm talking about the entire Metro Pacific Tollways Group. By August, the number had grown to 35%, slightly, a sort of moderate increase in terms of RFID transactions, daily transactions. So we had 35% RFID usage in our systems as against 65% cash. This is for August.
Right.
For September, the RFID usage went up to 40%. So there's a gradual increase in our motorists gradually adopting the RFID. So by September, the number was already up 40%, meaning 40% RFID, 60% cash. Okay. In October, there was a dramatic push. We, of course, had to aggressively promote, sell, and communicate with all the customers. By October, 50-50 na tayo. 50% cash, 50% RFID usage. So it's a dramatic change in customer behavior, in driver behavior. As of November, meaning a few days ago, this is the latest number, we are now at 66% RFID usage. That means we have 34% who are still in the cash. In other words, the picture has reversed. You now have 34% cash transactions or cash users as against 66%.
So, sir, I have a question. Yung 60 plus percent nyo po, these
66.
are 66%. These are the regular users of your expressways.
Yes, yes. We basically track the average daily traffic, obviously, and as you know, tolling is by class 1, 2, 3, etc., etc.
Right.
But it's very easy to measure the number of cash transactions vis-a-vis electronic transactions. So this ratio reflects the growth of the electronic transactions through RFID on a daily basis. I'm not saying they are the same unique customers. I'm just saying that these are the daily users that we track every day.
But if you wanted to, you could, no? Track kung sino yung yung daily users versus yung mga casual na, we'll go to Baguio or we'll go to Cavite, that sort of thing, right?
That's a good question. We will be able to do that if the database is already full of information from the RFID accounts. Obviously, the cash payers, it's not easy to get data, whether they're the same people that paid cash yesterday and the other day. But if they have RFID accounts, then obviously that's an easier tracking tool. That's correct.
All right. So, sir, I've been using the Easy Trip for a while now. The
Thank
device.
you very much.
And I've found that it does lessen the stress pag dumadaan po ng toll plaza, lalo na pag weekend or galing ng long weekend or holiday for that matter. Especially since tinanggal nyo na po yung mga I'm a frequent user kasi of the North Luzon Expressway, so that's mostly my experience. And I've noticed that since you've removed the toll plaza between Balintawak and say Tipo or TPLEX,
yes,
hindi na nare-regulate yung pagdating sa Balintawak pag uwian na. Okay. So I've noticed that the benefit for me of the easy trip is that since ngayon mas marami ng doon na naiipon sa Balintawak eh. Unlike before where you would get stopped at the NLEX and then where you enter NLEX and then again at Balintawak because
Okay.
yun nga you've eased up traffic once you're on the expressway. So I've noticed that the easy trip um, does benefit the you when you get to Balintawak because hindi ka
That's right.
napipila talaga or if
No more,
pipila
no
ka
more.
mas mabilis lang po yung ano. Now, how come you've taken that away?
Well, we simplified. We're trying to simplify the customer's experience as much as we can. In other words, if you're northbound, uh, you're from Manila, you're going north. Okay, as you know very well, when you see north, it's kind of misleading today because when you reach Pampanga, you have to make a decision. Do I turn left? Do I turn west towards Subic, or do I turn right east towards Tarlac? Basically,
Right.
that's the decision point. Eh. So we removed those toll barriers northbound in Dau. I maybe by now some of our motorists don't remember that anymore. Precisely because we integrated the system all the way to Tarlac and all the way to Subic. In the beginning, it was the Subic Clark Tarlac Expressway, which is a T. Actually, the T. The North Luzon Expressway is your horizontal. Sorry, is your vertical, and
Yes.
then the SCTEX is your vertical, right? Sorry, horizontal, the other way around. But when we removed the toll barriers because we integrated it in 2015, that made it easier for every motorist upon entering in Balintawak, northbound, to anywhere, whether he's going to Subic or going to Tarlac, he will enter Balintawak and exit in Tarlac or in Subic.
At
Very
the end
simple.
of your ano na.
At the end of the journey. At the end of the journey.
Yes,
So
yes.
that
Oh,
means,
sir, actually, my question was, but hindi na pwede yung ano, yung easy trip device, the little transponder.
okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. That's that okay.
Sorry, sir, for the misunderstanding.
I need to
Uh-oh.
clarify. Okay, the Easy Trip device is actually the DSRC, or direct short range communication. I think that's the technical description. It's the device that's battery powered. This year, we decided to migrate to an RFID system. Okay, the reasons are simple. Number one, the Easy Trip DSRC, or what we call the Easy Tag, or in your case you call it the Easy Trip.
Yes.
Since it's battery powered, it has a very short life, and the device itself cannot be opened. In other words, it's a seal mechanism to throw it away and replace it. That's the first one. Number two, being a battery operated device causes a lot of problems in the majority of our motorists and our customers in having to transfer the thing from car to car. And it caused a lot of confusion because the device itself in other countries, globally anyway, it's supposed to be stuck to your windshield also. It's supposed
Right.
to be, there's an adhesive that's supposed to, but in our case, uh, our driving behavior also requires people to put heavy tints, in which case, if the device is adhered to your windshield, then oftentimes there's also that erratic scanning.
Yeah, I
So,
find I have to open the window and
exactly.
wave it around.
Exactly. You really don't have to do it if the thing is just attached to your windshield inside, because there's a battery anyway. But because of the heavy windshield that our motorists typically install, then the radio signal is sort of distorted, or not accurately scanned. The second point is that our motorists had always a very frequent mistake was that they would transfer that device from a class 1 vehicle, an ordinary sedan, to a van or a small
Ah,
bus. So that
right.
also caused confusion at the toll lanes, because obviously the tolling system is different when it
Yes.
comes to class 2 vehicles. So on that basis, we acquired and we built Calax 2 years ago. We opened this C5 South Link last year, and the direction of the company was to install a completely RFID compatible system. So this year, we did away with that device that you are using, the DSRC. And so we had to campaign that, please, from here on, I think we ended it in September or early October. In any event, the account can be transferred to the RFID system only. That's really the reason.
All right. Well, sir, we've got some questions on in our comments. We've got our first one.
Sure.
And will we come to a point na itong RFID na ito ba yung gagamitin sa buying and selling like cashless?
Well, for now, the RFID system is all about toll collection or toll payment. From a customer's point of view, it's a mode of payment, and we are obviously happy that the government has listened to the operators' situation, is aware of the situation, whereby going cashless is really the way to go in the future. The thing was accelerated because of the pandemic, and obviously it created more sound arguments why we should stop these cash transactions at the toll gates, suklian ng barya, etc., etc. And we are glad that the government decided to support an RFID or a cashless campaign. Having said that, a toll company obviously has to think of other ways to maximize the use of the RFID data.
Yes.
This is all data from our customers, and we'd be happy to explore all other business opportunities or opportunities to provide more services, add new products through the RFID system, because the customer basically enters our database already. So we're looking forward to that. But for now, we're looking at the compliance. Well, we just want our customers to be persuaded that shifting to RFID, to an electronic system, is the healthy way, and we explained it that it saves time, there's an advantage, there's benefit, as you can imagine, no lines, and there's no person-to-person contact. But it also gives the customer and the ability to find out what new products are there in the future. So since the customers using the RFID are in cars, as you know very well, we want to address the future mobility needs of the customer. In other words, any other service that he requires, apart from moving him from point A to point B in the expressway, because he has the ability to now directly contact us and vice versa, then obviously the possibilities are endless insofar as other mobility products are concerned.
Because you've already got your account set up, right?
That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah.
In fact, we are going to launch maybe new offerings 2021, apart from the normal, payment system through the toll gates, and we are going to introduce it very soon. Added value that the customer can find out through our marketing initiatives already.
All right. Well, sir, we've got another question now
Sure.
from Kylie, and asking if it's okay to purchase online from people who resell. I've also noticed that there are people who used to sell it on Shopee and now on Marketplace, although may considerable markup. The question is, again, is it okay to purchase from these people?
Caveat emptor, Neil, buyer beware, buyer beware. We have no authorized resellers, and these online purchases, we initiated it, I think, early on, I think sometime August. But we also found out that there were some issues that we had to contend with. For example, if we don't install the sticker ourselves or through our teams, then we will not have the ability to test it. There is a testing process before we let go of the customer at the installation site. We have a Pixie, we have a reader, an RFID reader that tells us, yes, it's properly installed, it's installed at the right location in the car, and then yes, it's connected to the system. Unfortunately, if somebody buys it from a reseller today, he will not have that opportunity. He's going to take a risk that the sticker will not be read and scanned at the toll gate properly because of that. We did not have the opportunity to test and check if it's already connected to the system. We are going to relaunch the online selling of the RFID sticker soon. We're just putting additional control measures to see to it that the customer is not disappointed.
Yes, because if it's not tested, it might fail when you get to the expressway, di ba po?
That's why we said buyer beware.
That's very good advice. Our next question is how to get a schedule for easy trip. Book na daw hanggang December.
Thanks for that. This is the discussion yesterday with the government and the media. Well, the appointment system is there for everybody. I mean, just go to the social media site of NLEX, of CTEK, and for CALAX, and of course Easy Trip. So it's called Oras, or it's an appointment system. That's okay. It's like a passport appointment system. You pick a date, you pick a month, and you pick the time. The QR code, you can scan it on your phone, book, give enough information, then it comes back to you, and then you already have your appointment. And then you just show up. That's okay. The second one is we will still accept walk-in. Okay.
Right.
We are aware that people are still scrambling. So one measure is to institute continued walk-in installation. In other words, if the motorist really needs one, then the walk-in installations areas will continue. You just have to go to our social media sites because we're updating them naman regularly. So we encourage our motorists to still go to the walk-in sites. They're all over in the NLEX, in the gasoline stations inside the NLEX, in Cavitex, and in Cavite Laguna Expressway. Now, the walk-in system, we're now obviously improving it, consists of just lining up. Sometimes it's just getting to the right off-peak time. We know that motorists sometimes are in a hurry. That's okay, but the situation is uneven. You'll find out, for example, in Balintawak, by 11 a.m. or 11:30 in the morning, then there's very few people lined up. Number two, as long as you sort of avoid the rush hour, you'll get your RFID. Now, in addition to that, because of the deadline, even after December 1, that's why we don't want to call it a deadline, because we're going to continue installing anyway. To admit everybody who wants an RFID sticker, even after December 1, the installation sites will be the toll gate itself. So, tama po na yung book yung ating mga appointment dates, tama po yun, naka-book po yan, marami po. We have actually 20,000 appointments already booked.
Wow, okay.
We intend to serve everybody. We will not fail anyone. But for those who really will need that sticker, then the toll gate itself. Even Balintawak toll barrier, that big toll plaza upon entering the NLEX, we are reserving the central part. There are 5 lanes there.
So, sir, that's ongoing now.
Ongoing now. We started yesterday.
So, kung wala kayong RFID, you can
Diretso lang
just
kayo.
line up
Diretso
there.
Yes,
And
just
in
line up.
lieu of your regular cash payment, they will put an RFID and you
That's
will
correct.
pay your, what's that, 500?
That's the normal load. Of course, what you
Right.
pay will already be deducted kasi papasok ka na eh. That's okay.
But
So, tuloy-tuloy lang.
usually
Yeah,
that 500 is good enough for end-to-end at this point, right, sir?
For class 1 vehicles, kung end-to-end,
No.
nagtaas na tayo ng toll. I think the latest class 1 end-to-end is 266 all the way to Pampanga, Santa Ines.
Kasi ako hanggang Angeles lang eh. So, for me,
Baka kasya. Tama. Baka kasya.
Opo,
thank you, Paul.
but at the end of the
Thanks very
day, I think
Yeah.
what we want to tell people is don't panic.
Yep, don't
You
panic.
can just fall in line.
Yes.
And the deadline is really not for the drivers and the vehicle owners, the deadline is really for you guys, right?
That's correct. That's really our deadline.
Oo,
That's really
because
our deadline.
yun yung ano eh, I think natataranta yung mga motorista because they think the deadline applies to them.
Yes.
And then now they're also worried about yung mga violations. But the violation really is if you don't have an RFID and you wander into an RFID lane, di ba po?
Even that, Neil, the DOTR, with the government agency basically implementing the so-called violations, they've moved it to January 11. So even the date by which the enforcement or the violations will be implemented or apprehended is in January 11. So people have nothing to worry about between now and the end of the year, basically. Just go to the toll plaza, look for that. There will be a sign there that says RFID installation here. Just go there and have it installed, fall in line, and in a few minutes you're done.
So again, tsambahan lang po yun. It can depend on the volume of vehicles na nakapila. But you are guaranteed of getting an RFID.
Yes. Of course, you will get your RFID. We will not, I always like to say this, we will not deny the service to anybody who wants to use the expressway system. It's our duty to provide that service.
All right, we've got another question here, attorney, from Johnny. He says, okay, this is a bit of a stretch. He's asking how long to get 100% of the vehicles. And then what do you think about pre-installing the RFIDs on brand new vehicles? I guess kung pre-installed, wala mo nang load at this point, but just to have that already, I think is an advantage. Your thoughts on this, sir?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the question, Johnny. Be good, no? The target is not to install all vehicles with RFID, but the target is to install RFID on the users of the expressway. For people who don't use the expressway at all, for those who travel once a year, twice a year at the most, you go to Tagaytay once a year, maybe twice a year. You go to Nuvali, let's say once a year, twice a year. You go to Baguio, maybe
Subic.
Christmas. Subic, maybe twice a year. Clark, you don't need to get your RFID now. Just get that when you travel. If it's going to be in February, by all means, get your RFID in February.
Siguro by then, konti na lang yung pila kasi marami nang nag-avail na ngayon eh. Ngayon now's the crunch because people were worried about that deadline.
Well, ngayon ang panic buying, Neil, because the initial message was that everybody had to get one. And now we're saying, if you're an occasional user, hayaan mo na yung mga daily users. Okay lang, let them have priority. Kasi naman, if you're, as I said, if you don't really travel that much, you visit your relatives in let's say Tarlac or in Nueva Ecija only once a year or twice a year, or they luluwas sila from Nueva Ecija to Manila twice a year, then doon na lang sa travel nila, doon na lang sila magpakabit because the toll gates will always have an RFID installation anyway.
Ayun. So there, if you're tuned in, there's no reason to panic. So
no reason.
So sir, let's jump a little bit muna to the increase in toll on the expressways. I was watching the news last night, and kasi again, my experience is NLEX lang. So as you enter, you pay already. So yung fixed na amount na yon has increased.
That's correct. By 4 pesos for class 1. That's correct.
And then it's also increased for class 2 and class 3 vehicles.
Yes, accordingly. That's correct. You describe basically, well, it's shown here. You describe here the class 1, the increase, the 4 pesos at the bottom of the page refers to open system.
Yes.
This is the open system. You call the fixed area. We expanded basically the open system network all the way to Navotas City already.
So if you've gone backwards naman into Manila.
That's correct. Sa pier, actually pier bound yun eh. But we are finding out that this new project or this new expressway we opened in June 15 pa ito binuksan eh. it has already garnered around 31,000 vehicles per day ang gumagamit. So we are justified. We are really happy that the motorists are now taking advantage of using that particular stretch. Because if you are in Manila today, if you're in Manila and you happen to be in Rojas Boulevard, you're thinking of going to Baguio or going to Tarlac or going to Subic, the entrance to the expressway is already in R10. That's just north of Rojas Boulevard. It's about 10 minutes from Rojas Boulevard, from
So
Rizal
essentially, you bypass all the traffic in Manila.
Absolutely, you bypass
Right.
Quiapo, you bypass Rizal Avenue, you bypass A. Bonifacio, you bypass La Loma, you enter the expressway, basically in Navotas, just after Smoky Mountain area, the former Smoky Mountain. Meron ng ramp doon, you go up, you're in the NLEX. So that kind of flexibility we think has given the motorists, and we're happy that, as I said, about 31,000 vehicles per day gumagamit na nun. Vice versa, coming from the north naman, using this particular stretch, this has been the clamor of our commercial truckers and commercial vehicles like trucks and container vans going to the port area. So when they enter the NLEX, let's say in Pampanga or Clark, going to the port of Manila, when they go down in Navotas, they're right there. It's almost port area already. So this advantage has really this new project, or this new 2.6 kilometer Harbor Link, we call Harbor Link section,
Right.
has really been enjoyed by our motorists. One important point lang ni before we move on. This opening all the way to Navotas has also opened a new corridor between Quezon City and Manila. Because if you are in Quezon City and you want to go to Intramuros, you want to go to Manila Hotel, you want to go to Rojas Boulevard, you just enter Mindanao Avenue interchange. Mindanao Avenue.
Right.
You enter
So you
Mindanao
just jump
Avenue,
on that and bypass everything.
you bypass everything, you cross the NLEX from east to west, and then you turn south, and then you turn west again, you end up in Navotas City. You avoided Quezon Memorial, Quezon Avenue, you've avoided EDSA, you've avoided Espana, you've avoided Capo, but you're still in Manila. So people who want to do business, let's say in MOA or in the Department of Finance or the government offices
Right.
in Ross Boulevard, it's really a very good option. It's still part of the open system as you described it.
That's interesting. Well, it's always it's always a good thing to get there faster than before, and I think if time is money.
Exactly.
So yeah, especially for me, I need to get around, and if that really cuts a lot of time anyway, if it saves you 30 minutes, it's a good thing, and if
Wow.
it saves you more than 30 minutes, diba,
Yep.
you're paid up already. So sir, now since we've talked about the RFID and that people shouldn't panic, and that if it's not urgent and you're not regular, you can get it
Anytime you want.
anytime you
during
want.
your trip. Exactly. Exactly.
Wag ka lang pipila dun sa sa RFID lane kung wala kang RFID when the
Well,
time comes.
Well, ito naman, Neil, no? I mean, we serve the customers, no? But we also allow honest mistakes. So it's okay.
And I've
I mean,
seen that. I've seen people
exactly.
whose easy trips didn't happen to have load. So pakisama
Exactly.
lang, you back up and you let them out.
Exactly.
And it's-
Exactly.
So my next question, sir, now is
Sige.
ano yung next technology natin? Because I've noticed that yun nga, I've traveled quite a bit, and I've seen that other countries talagang cashless na talaga yung toll.
Yep.
They've got all sorts of devices, and now they're able to actually deduct your payment without you needing to slow down. Are we going to be moving into that kind of technology sometime soon, perhaps
Yes.
after?
Yes.
Because I heard you, I think either you or one of the other guys from MPTC mentioned that you do have a plan to move into that sort of technology
Yes.
soon.
Yes. We're going to do the improvement step by step, Neil, no? for now, because of the urgency and because of the pandemic, we're focusing on people just shifting to cashless muna. Okay, so having to persuade, promote, and influence our motorists to move from cash to cashless, I think we're getting there. We have reached the tipping point. 65% is really, 66% is quite a number. So we really are thankful that our motorists are now beginning to appreciate. There will be glitches, warts and all, but at least you sort of overcome that cash mentality, and it will
Yes.
take a little time for people to adjust to reloading properly on time and getting to observe how to behave at the toll gate so that you don't obviously uh, bother other motorists. And for those motorists like you who have already used this for a long time, understand that there are also new people who are just trying out this RFID system for the first time. So let's just share the road naman. Parang, okay, we're all in this, we're all in this together.
That's true. But, I guess, you can't deny the fact that pag hindi ka na talaga pumila dun sa nagbabayad ng cash, you'll find that it is actually a breeze to get through without needing to stop and open your window and pay. Basta tuloy-tuloy ka lang.
Exactly.
And
So,
I think as a motorist, I speak for everyone that once all the kinks do get ironed out, I personally look forward to the next step where we won't have to slow down. I
Right.
mean, I know we have a lot of catching up to do, and I guess part of it is ugali ng Pilipino na even now, they could have already switched to RFID or Easy Trip a long time ago, but yung ugaling Pinoy lang talaga, minsan lang naman ako dumadaan dyan Pero yung minsan na yun, tapos nakapila ka for 30 minutes is really annoying. So I think,
mabigat, oh.
diba? I think we have to shift our mentality to, hey, you know what? Let's think ahead. Para at least pag dumaan tayo doon, maginhawa. And, I can't wait for the day, sir, na you don't have to stop. You can you will just hear a beep on your device on the dashboard and
Yep.
hey, that's $250 already, but yeah, it was fast.
Yep.
And I hope that you and the other expressway operators, finally do find a way to
Yeah,
integrate. But I mean, it'll happen. I remember, naalala nyo ba nung si Smart at si Globe, di ba? Hindi po pwede mag-text at mag... Pero finally, they got their acts together, right? So everyone's happy now.
That's
Oo nga
correct.
po eh.
Interconnection.
That was one of those funny things because may barkada ako dati naka-Smart at tawag namin sa kanya malungkot kasi wala siyang masyadong kausap kasi wala pa interconnectivity. But
That's right.
now everything's working out, and I appreciate the efforts that you guys and your brothers in arms over at SMC also,
Yes.
to try to make this easier for us. I mean, admittedly, the whole cashless thing, it's new to me also. If it wasn't for the pandemic, I wouldn't be using GCash or PayMaya or stuff
Exactly.
like that.
Exactly.
Kasi matanda na eh. So, di ba? So, but just adapting to this, and then now knowing that if you do take advantage of these other cashless things, and you can use your PayMy or you can use your GCash or even your Grab wallet to top up and pay, just makes life that whole much easier, diba?
Right.
Galing, sir. So if there's anything else you'd like to add before I let you go, sir, we've had a really great discussion. Ang bilis po ng oras, 12:00 na pala.
Sige, thanks very much for this opportunity, Neil, and to the listeners of Blade Radio. I'm really grateful that you gave us this opportunity. We are on the way to a so-called cashless transition, and as I already mentioned, no need to panic. You can always walk into the RFID plazas or RFID toll gates. Somebody will always be there to assist you. We're showing on the screen. Thank you very much. You can still do your appointments if you want, especially for those who don't really use the expressways regularly. Then it's okay. Just set an appointment. And in the worst case, if all else fails and you really need to travel, feel free to don't hesitate to use the NLEX and the CTEKs and the CALAX. People will always be there to assist you. We will not deny anyone the service they deserve for an expressway use.
And on that note, sir, thank you for your time. It was educational. Pati ako, medyo kabado rin ako eh. Kasi, I just haven't been traveling as much because of the pandemic. But
Exactly.
now, knowing what I know today, I might take that quick side trip to Subic. get a breath of fresh air, get away from just the stresses of the metro. So, sir, Attorney Junji Kimbo of MPTC, thank you for your time. Well, I guess we'll speak to you again soon if any developments. Our platform is open for you to come on whenever you want.
Sige, thanks for the opportunity, and I'll see you again soon.
And sir, give my regards to Miss Bell and Sir Kit.
Okay,
I haven't
salamat
seen them
po.
in a while.
Of course,
Thank you, sir.
of course. Thanks.
All right, so everyone, again, that was Attorney Junji of MPTC. They operate NLEX and Cavitex and CTEK and Calax. So go get your RFID. You don't have to panic. That's the tone that everyone's been sort of echoing is, oh, we've got to get this. Just chill. If it's not urgent, don't worry about it. Anyway, we've got a quick break. We'd like to thank our sponsors.
Blade Radio Live would like to thank the following sponsors. Dub Project, Hero Motorcycle Accessories, Micromagic Premium Car Care, Sparco Racing Accessories, Pioneer, Transcend, Bosch, Pertua, Type S. If you like the programs at Blade Radio, please support our sponsors. And now, let's get back to our regular program.
All right, welcome back to our Daily Drive. My name is Neil, and I'm your regular Thursday host for this segment. But you know what? We also have other shows on other days. On Mondays, it's Iisang Pangarap with Senpai Katsu. On Tuesdays, it's Blade Moto with Love Love. On Wednesdays, you've got Blade Stories with Mr. Wright. Yours truly on Thursdays for our Daily Drive. Fridays, Jack Logan, and it's called Bloody Boom. And on Saturday, it's What's Up Bladers with Joko Loco. So again, do share, like, and subscribe our social media channels, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Shopee, and Lazada. Look for Blade Auto Center. Don't forget, also join the Car Club Philippines Facebook group for all the information you need for everything. Saturdays, it's Aiki Wika. That's just this week. All right, well, check it out. So there you go. That's what's happening, and we'll be back later for our next session. You have a good one. Enjoy your lunch.
Blade Radio Live would like to thank the following sponsors. Dub Project, Hero Motorcycle Accessories, Micromagic Premium Car Care, Sparco Racing Accessories, Pioneer, Transcend, Bosch, Pertua, Type S. If you like the programs at Blade Radio, please support our sponsors. And now, let's get back to our regular program.
Pangarap ko ang Paskong mapayapa, walang kaguluhan, lahat maligaya, walang lahi, walang yaman, salo-salo, sa lungkot at saya.
Ikaw ako, sila tayo, iisang mundo ang ating tahanan. Iisa Isang pangarap. Tayo'y magsama-sama, sa amin ay makisakay. Tayo'y magkaisa, ngayong Pasko ay magbigay. Kami isang pamilya, halina at makisabay. Kami ng diwa ng saya, gawing makulay ang buhay.
Iisang pangarap.
Isang pangarap. Pangarap ko, ang Pasko ay masaya. Lahat ng tao ay nasa piling ng mahal nila.
Karamay ka, kaibigan mo, hindi ka na mag-isa. Ikaw, ako, sila, tayo.
Isang mundo ang ating hanan, isang pangarap. Tayo'y magsama-sama, sa amin ay makisakay. Tayo'y magkaisa, ngayong Pasko ay magbigay. Kami isang pamilya, halina at makisabay. Kami ng diwa ng saya, gawing makulay ang buhay. Tayo'y magsama-sama, sa amin ay makisakay. Tayo'y magkaisa, ngayong Pasko ay magbigay. Kami isang pamilya, halina at makisabay. Kami ng diwa ng saya, gawing makulay ang buhay.
Ikaw, ako, sila, tayo. Iisang pangarap.
Isang pangarap.
Isang pangarap.
Isang pangarap.
Isang pangarap.
Tayo'y magsama-sama, sa amin ay makisakay. Tayo'y magkaisa, ngayong Pasko ay magbigay. Kami isang pamilya, halina at makisabay. Let's spread the joy and laughter, let's make the world much brighter. This place is better. This place is better. This place is better. This place is better.
It's played, it's better.
Blade Auto Center offers you a wide range of car accessories, auto parts, tools, and car-related gift ideas. Find everything you need here at Blade Auto Center. You're tuned in to Blade Radio. Blade Radio. Here at Blade Auto Center, we always put our customers first. We know our parts and products, and we've got the best merchandise at the right price. This is Blade Radio. Blade Radio.
Hey there guys, Saber here. Welcome back to Blade Radio. Here we're always pushing the pedal when it comes to bringing you the best mix of driving music and high quality, value for money car products and services.
You got Edge right here too, and you are absolutely right, Saber. It's all here under one roof. And what's more, our friendly and attentive staff is always on hand to give you expert advice on the latest car products available.
Of course, Blade offers top industry brands like Sparco, 3M, Dub, Meguiar's, Pioneer, Mothers, Garment, and many more, all of course at a very reasonable price.
We hope you enjoy your visit here at Blade Auto Center. Meanwhile, let's get right back to the music. Keep it here and always remember, if it's Blade, it's better.
Naalala ko pa ang lahat. Kung paano ka tumingin sa akin. Kung paano mo binibigkas ang mahal kita. Ako'y patuloy na maghihintay. Madama lang muli ang mga iniwan mong alaala.
Dito nang una kitang nakita at nakilala ka ng puso ko. Dito nakuha ang iyong oo. Sa isa't isa'y tayo'y nangako. Mahal, yayakapin ko ang ating alaala. Kahit nagpaalam na, dito lang ako naghihintay sa'yo. Kung saan tayo nagsimula, hindi bibigay. Kung mag-isip mo na bumalik sa piling ko, dito, 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 dito lang ako.
Wala naman nabanggit sa akin si Nelia na may sinagot siyang isang lalaki na lagi na ako.
Wala rin naman binanggit sa akin si Nelia. Maalig-alig pala sa akin.
Tumigil na nga kayo!
Dito tayo gumawa ng plano. Ang bukas natin puno ng kulay. Dito lumalim ang ating pag-ibig. Panaginip natin abot kamay. Mahal, yayakapin ko ang ating alaala.
Kahit magpaalam na, dito lang ako naghihintay sa'yo. Kung saan tayo nagsimula, hindi bibigay. Kung maisip mo na bumalik sa piling ko, dito, 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 dito lang ako aasang sa iyong pangako.
Saksihan ang isang pagmamahalan na walang hanggan.
Ito mo lagi matatandaan. Kung sakali man na dumating sa ating panahon na tayong dalawa ay magkawalay, asahan mo ako magpahanggang doon. Sa'yo'y lagi maghihintay.
Dito lang ako naghihintay sa'yo. Kung saan tayo nagsimula, hindi bibigay. Kung maisip mo na bumalik sa piling ko, dito, 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 dito lang ako. Dito lang ako. Dito lang ako. Dito lang ako.
Hey there guys, Saber here. Welcome back to Blade Radio. Here we're always pushing the pedal when it comes to bringing you the best mix of driving music and high quality, value for money car products and services.
You got Edge right here too, and you are absolutely right, Saber. It's all here under one roof. And what's more, our friendly and attentive staff is always on hand to give you expert advice on the latest car products available.
Of course, Blade offers top industry brands like Sparco, 3M, Dub, Meguiar's, Pioneer, Mothers, Garment, and many more, all of course at a very reasonable price.
We hope you enjoy your visit here at Blade Auto Center. Meanwhile, let's get right back to the music. Keep it here and always remember, if it's Blade, it's better.
Welcome back. Are we? We can't hear myself. Welcome back, Bladers, to Blade Radio Live. It's our daily drive with me, Neil, from Mellow 94.7. Hope you're having a great afternoon. Nag-lunch na ba kayo? Because we had a really great lunch and we're all feeling really, really sleepy. But you know what? Let me remind you to like and subscribe to our social media channels. That's right. There's Blade Auto Center on YouTube, on Facebook, Lazada, and Shopee. Look for the keyword Blade Auto Center. And while you're at it, you should also join the Car Club Philippines Facebook group. Yep, very handy, especially when there are things going on, natural calamities, traffic, road accidents, that sort of thing. You'll find out about it there. All right, so earlier, if you were watching, we talked to a friend from Meguiar's, and we talked about car care, using Meguiar's products, and things you should do to things you can do to preserve your car's deep shine, as we call it. Anyway, this is our daily drive, and it's tips about things you can do for your daily driver. Anyways, later on, we'll be talking to the marketing dude of Blade Auto Center, Mr. Albert, and we'll find out about some of the things going on here at Blade Auto Center. So again, I'd like to invite you to follow us, Blade Auto Center on YouTube, Facebook, Lazada, and Shopee. Look for the keyword Blade Auto Center. And I would like to thank our sponsors. Let's get the show started.
Blade Radio Live would like to thank the following sponsors. Dub Project, Hero Motorcycle Accessories, Micro Magic Premium Car Care, Sparco Racing Accessories, Pioneer, Transcend, Bosch, Virtua, Type S. If you like the programs at Blade Radio, please support our sponsors. And now, let's get back to our regular program.
All right, we're back again. Blade Auto Center on YouTube, Facebook, Lazada, and Shopee. And do follow or join the Facebook page, Car Club Philippines. All right, that's the Facebook group. Okay, so moving on, let's get things started off with some industry news. Some of these things happened this week and last week. Isuzu Philippines Corporation continues their support to Caritas Manila, and they've turned over one unit of an Isuzu D-Max pickup recently, led by their president, Hajime Koso. And aside from that, Caritas Manila has also been a beneficiary of Isuzu Philippines Kasama Mo campaign, where they received packs of PPEs, or personal protective equipment, from customers of Isuzu and their sponsors. Moving on, Nissan Philippines has partnered with the Department of Tourism to promote safe and responsible land travel to boost local tourism. Nissan Philippines and the Department of Tourism will be creating video content to promote responsible and safe travel to local tourism destinations, especially in the new normal, including social distancing, health protocols, and guides for visiting different specific locations. And updates on the latest areas that allow travel for visitors. Now, if you want to know more about this, you can check out their website, nissan.ph. Moving along, if you're a fan of the Land Rover, well, you'll be happy to know that the all-new Defender will be available in the first quarter of next year, courtesy of All British Cars, and they'll be selling the new Defender 110, which is the four-door long wheelbase, and the two-door short wheelbase, the Defender 90. Now you can already make your reservations as we speak, and they should be available next year. Some of the prices: the Defender 90 2021 model starts at 5.5 million and 10,000 and tops out at 5.8 million and 10,000 pesos. The Defender 110, the four-door long wheelbase, starts out at 6.1 million. These are all diesel, by the way, and tops out at 6.4 million, 10,000 pesos. So if that's your kind of thing, it's going to be an instant classic, I think. So you should start saving up for that if you want it next year. Moving on to other news, Toyota Philippines has adopted a school in the new normal and has helped them out with classes this sem under their organization, Toyota Motor Philippines Foundation. And this is an organization, they're a social aid and humanitarian organization under Toyota Motor Philippines. And they've adopted the school Pulong Santa Cruz Elementary School as they shift to the new normal of learning. They've also donated 46 brand new laptops for teachers and turned over 4,000 learning modules to the students for use in kindergarten grades 1 and grade 2. So that's great. They've also supplied the school with thermal scanners, face shields, alcohol, antibacterial and germicidal soaps, disinfectant sprays, bleach solution, disposable gloves, foot baths, spray tanks, and mops, courtesy of Toyota for the school. Moving on, Audi celebrates 40 years of their famous Quattro. This is the all-wheel drive system that got them great wins in the rallies, and it was introduced in the Geneva Motor Show in 1980, and they've so far produced 10,947,790 cars equipped with the Quattro all-wheel drive system. Moving on, MG Philippines has partnered with Ben & Ben as MG promotes OPM music, and if you've noticed, they've had a couple of events last year called MG Live. Their partnership with Ben & Ben promotes their single Di Ka Saya, and you can check this out. It's their latest video on their YouTube channel, Ben & Ben's YouTube channel called Ben & Ben TV, aka hashtag BBTV. Okay, so if you're a Honda owner and you were affected by Typhoon Ulysses last week, Honda Cars Philippines is extending 30% discount on select Honda genuine spare parts and major electronic parts at Honda dealerships in Luzon and Manila. And this will be available for you until December 31, 2020. I need a drink. All right. Anyway, I'm sorry. So moving on, last week a new brand was launched in the Metro, and they also unveiled 5 models that they'll be introducing. Shangan Motor Philippines Incorporated is now operating in the Philippines, and they introduced 5 models. They have a sedan called the Alsvin, the subcompact sedan. They've also got a subcompact SUV, which is the CS35 Plus. Their compact SUV, which is slightly bigger, is the CS75 Plus. Their 7-seater midsize SUV is the CS95, and their full electric vehicle or sedan is the Iado EV460. And it's rumored, or well, actually, they told us that the electric vehicle has a range of roughly 400 plus kilometers on a full charge. So that's great. So they're all of it. They will be launched officially with pricing I do believe maybe towards the end of November. Okay, moving on. Ford Philippines is also extending special rates, discounts, and parts for customers affected by Typhoon Ulysses. Um, and this will be happening from November 17 to December 10, 2020. You get 20% off on selected parts and 20% off labor um, at the following branches: Alabang, Balintawak, Commonwealth, Global City, Libis, Manila, Manila Bay, Marikina, Quezon Avenue, and in rest of Luzon, Baliwag, Batangas, Cabanatuan, Calamba, Cavite, Clark, Dagupan, Ilocos Norte, Isabela, Laguna, Malolos, Marilao, Metro Baguio, Naga, Pampanga, Santa Rosa, Subic, and Tarlac. To be eligible, your cars must have been purchased from an authorized Ford dealer, and coverage will cover only the discount will cover only customer paid parts and labor. So do check out their Facebook page and their website for more details. Moving on, for those of you looking for a vehicle to use for your business, well, Mitsubishi's L300 is still going strong, and their promo, their Mitsubishi rollback promo, has been extended, and you can get the L300 cab chassis for 698,000 pesos. If you want more details, check out their brand spanking new website at www.mitsubishi-motors.ph. More news. Do you like Matteo Guidicelli? Well, he is now the new endorser of Nissan Philippines and their vehicles. And that's him there on the screen with the Nissan's Leaf, which is also their full electric vehicle, which should be coming to the Philippines very, very soon. So if you want to know more about Matteo and his partnership with Nissan, go to their website, www.nissan.ph/brand. And our last piece of news for this afternoon, SsangYong has brought back their Tivoli gasoline sport SUV powered by a 1.6-liter gas engine, which puts out 128 horsepower and 160 newton meters of torque. And it's priced at 970,000 pesos. That's their introductory price. So if you want to get it at that price, you should reserve one now. Check out their details at www.sangyong.ph or check out their Facebook and Instagram on social media. So that is our industry news. Moving on, our featured products for this afternoon is the Blade steering wheel. It's a really great upgrade for just want to, give your car a new lease on life, especially if your car is a little bit older. This will give it a good look on the inside. I'm sure it's available in different colors. This one is priced at $999.75. There's a little button there for the horn. And you know what? Just come over here and they'll install it for you. Yep, make sure it works pretty good too. Now, you have a car and you want to make sure it doesn't get stolen. You can't go wrong with one of these. Did you ever have a steering wheel lock? My dad always had a steering wheel lock in his car. And this is a Blade branded steering wheel lock. And it costs $399.75. So the great thing about this is if they do get into your car, they won't be able to drive it away because you can't turn the wheel and you can't step on the brake pedal. So these are just some things that you can get here at Blade Auto Center. And the best thing is you get it here and it'll also be installed for you properly. And your warranty is safe. Again, yeah. So reminding you to subscribe and like us and follow us on YouTube, Facebook, Lazada, and Shopee, Blade Auto Center. And in a while, we'll be speaking to a good friend, Albert, the Mr. Marketing Dude of Blade Auto Center. We're going to be talking about some of the things that Blade's been up to, making movies, this really cool project called Blade Radio Live. So you'll find out more about that in just a bit. Also, please follow or join Car Club Philippines Facebook group. This group gives you updates on what's going on the roads as these things happen. All right, so we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be back with more right after this on the Daily Drive.
Una pa lamang kitang masilayan. Nabiganin na ako sa iyong kagandahan. Ano mga panahon na yun, handa na akong mamatay. Marinig ko lamang ang napakaganda ng tinig.
Delphine nga pala.
Nelia.
Sensya ka na, Nelia. Hindi na naman nakaalam sa iyo.
Ka na naman eh. Ginawa mo na yan dati. Mawala ng basta-basta. Gano'n mo ako katagal pinaghintay. Ganun kayong tagal maghintay.
Ikaw lang ang iibigin ko, Nelia.
Basta huwag mo akong iiwan at sasaktan. Sakit na eh. Ang sakit nito.
Bakit ka nag-iisa? Hinihintay mo pa din?
Gusto ko muna mapag-isa. Victor, si Delphine. Delphine si Victor.
Victor, ang nagmamahal kay Nelia.
Delphine, ang nag-iisang mahal ni Nelia.
Wala na bang nabanggit sa akin si Nelia na may sinagot siyang isang lalaki na lagi nawawala?
Ang tanong, sino ba talaga sa dalawa yung gusto mo?
Hintay sa'yo, isang tayo na simula, hindi ibigay. Kung maisip mo na bumalik sa piling ko, dito lang ko. Dito lang ko.
Kapag ikaw yung may kailangan, dapat okay lang. Pero kapag ako yung may kailangan sa'yo, ayaw mo akong pagbigyan.
New beginnings, new memories, the next 12 days.
Pinakamatagal na 20.
Sa ating dalawa. Suko ha?
Big Bang. Doon daw nag-umpisa ang lahat sa isang pagsabog. Ako, si Janus Paraiso. At dito nagtatapos ang storya ko.
Black Queen. Last week. Ako si Jill de la Rosa. Paano ako napunta dito? Toolbox! Babalik mo yung toolbox ng tatay ko o ibabalik ng tatay ko?
Toolbox? Bakit ba pinagbibintangan na? Eh, ako nga wala lang din yung suitcase ko. Mga kanina naman lang. Sinanay ko pa yun. Ayun lang siya. Baka we share the same magnanakaw.
Plan. Except yung last part.
Wala.
Bawal. Focus. Focus.
All right, we're back, and of course, if you do add us up on social media, you can watch those 3 movies. Dito lang ako, 12 Days and Good Times Bad. Watch it for free on Blade Auto Center's YouTube channel. Okay, so joining us this afternoon is our good friend, Mr. Albert of Blade, who works here. Tell us about some of the things that are going on and have been happening here at Blade Auto Center. It's not just car accessories anymore. There's a whole lot more. They make movies. They produce live stream shows like this. How you doing, Albert?
Hey, man. What's up? What's up?
Musta? Have you had lunch?
Kamusta?
Miss kita,
I did.
we got together today.
Oh, ay. Dati magkasama, well, for the viewers, dati magkasama kami dito sa ano niya, sa what's called that? Yung NUX, right?
Yeah, man, that was cool. Anyway, so dude, well, all these things, all these great things happening at Blade Auto Center. Ang galing.
Thank you.
How did it come about? Who woke up one morning and said, "I think I want to make a movie"?
Well, I think he's watching right now. That will be our
first one, diba? And then now there's 3. So, I don't know, tell us a little bit about how it evolved.
Well, I think if you're going to ask me kung sino yung nagising na lang bigla and told us, let's make a movie, that will be our CEO. And he's watching right now.
Boss Robert, how you doing?
Yeah. So ito yung poster ng unang film namin. That's Dito Lang Ako. And it's very challenging for us kasi nga our forte is car accessories retail store. Then all of a sudden we wanted to make a film. And the challenging part is that we had no experience from the beginning. So this was shown the year 2018. That's 8/8/2018. So we were shooting this film first quarter, second quarter of that year, and then again coming from no experience. So we had help. We needed help to execute a film na very challenging because from the beginning yung script niya meron siyang time frame meron kang time frame na gagawin. As you can see here, there's a flash screen yung outfit nila, yung suot
parang
nila.
Period film siya, no? It's set in the past, right?
Yes, it's set in the past. So tapos meron ka pang present. So yun yung naging challenging part for us. And aside from that, yan, mga promotions namin. So we were heavily promoting the film. Nag-promo kami sa LRT, and we had the billboard. Tapos at the same time, we executed the premiere night for all the guests. Tapos star-studded, very star-studded. Tinulungan kami ng ABS-CBN, particularly Star Magic. Kasi nga, again, we had no experience from this one. So, tinulungan nila kami how to execute. Ayan. Yeah, we had stars like Buns Antunoa, our director, Direk Roderick Linday.
How did you pick your stars? Did you audition or did you have them in mind when you were, conceptualizing the story?
Yes, nagkaroon kami ng audition for them. Ito, naging extra pala ako ni Tito Freddy. As Uber pa, may Uber pa noon, So yun. Yes, nagkaroon kami ng audition, and then may yung mga mga line producers and all that. yung casting crew, sila yung like pumili for our script.
Oh, you know.
There was one time na na-recall ko na we had like 100 plus extras. We were required to have 100 plus extras for a particular shoot. And I think natapos kami ng mga around 2:30 to 3 a.m. Diyan sa Blade. Diyan sa Blade yun.
Grabe, ganun ang buhay artista, no? Na-experience.
Ganon. Actually, after filming that, doon kami lalong napabilib sa mga artists. Lalo na actually, yung mga veteran artists ay sila Tita Boots, Tito Freddy, even yung mga young stars yung mga lead stars namin, sila John Lucas, Michelle Vito, and Akihiro Blanco. Kasi yung professionalism nila, doon mo talaga makikita. Minsan nag-usap kami, di ba sila napapagod and all. I mean, nakakagulat na parang sanay sila. They were trained to do that. Ayun.
It's tough, eh? You can't go home until the scene's done, and it's really a team effort, no?
Yes, it's really a team effort. At the same time, yung director din is very particularly sa mga scenes. And I remember when we did the premiere night, even yung mga artists, sila yung nag-invite ng mga friends nila na co-artist din. So, to help us promote si Tito James nandyan, nag-extra dyan si Tito James.
Baka next time yung masasagasaan or alam mo yun yung ibubunggo, let me know.
Yes, sige. Because we were promoting, di ba, sa Melo.
Yeah, you guys did come to our station, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that was
so
cool.
itong film na to, marami kaming experiences na natutunan. We also did a original song for the film, which is kinanta ni JR Kichua. And also tinuruan kami nila ni Boss Robert how to upload it to Spotify. Ganyan, gumawa rin kami na music video. At the same time, when we promoted it, I think lumabas din sa Wish. So, na-experience namin na sumakay sa Wish bus. Ganyan. Tapos, ayun, basically after this, medyo parang marami na kaming experiences. So, we are more confident. Ano yun, bro?
How long did it take to, from beginning to finally getting it up on screen?
It was pretty long. I think the whole project for our first movie, my guess is more than 10 months, considering the editing. Maraming challenges at the back end. And I could say na doon ko nakita yung our CEO is really on with this one. Because for a certain period of time, doon na kami nag-o-office sa editing room, editing studio ng kinuha namin kasi yung editors. Sila, doon na kami early morning nandun kami, we would finish around evening, pero doon na lahat ng tasks nandun, there's Wi-Fi and all. Si Boss Robert is doing the editing. Which is
part of a movie comes to editing, no?
Yes.
That the pacing is controlled, the point of view, that pretty much can also make or break the movie, di ba?
Yes. Lalo na ayun nga, kung period yung film, may mga special effects pa na kailangan ilagay. So, ayun, very challenging siya. But it was a good film to start with. Kaya nag-pave the way for us to make more films, or produce more films. Kasi mas experience na kami. Yun. I think we have 4 films now, and parating na yung 5th film.
Wow.
After dito lang ako, nagkaroon kami ng 12 Days to Destiny, the next 12 days, and yung bago nga ngayon, which was shown last week, yung Good Times Bad.
So after dito lang ako, what made you decide na, after a span of time, it's time to make another movie?
During that time, I think we were more comfortable, and we, kumbaga, yung period ng film, from filming it to editing to having a premiere night to showing it sa mainstream. After that, doon mo ma-realize na once you're going to execute a new one, mas comfortable ka na. And at the same time, the director and the writer, the crew, when they presented us the project, nag-sync na kami kagad. Very easy for us to execute this kasi pareho kayong nag-jive or nasa same track para i-execute yung next project. So I think that was key because mabilis na kausap, mas feeling namin less challenging for us. Hindi na period yun. Ayun, hindi na siya period, so it's easier. Tapos again, yun, the storyline was perfect at that time.
Yeah, what's it about?
It's a love story. So the main Hero Blanco, the main character, is working for Blade, and he fell in love with a customer, which is played by Mary Joy Apostol. Then, of course, like other Filipino films, conflict and all that, then nag-evolve yung characters nila. So that's the second film. Yan yung the next 12 days. The first film was 12 Days to Destiny. So it became a franchise dahil nga we were surprised na naging hit siya, and we were only planning to launch it sa YouTube, not mainstream media. And yun, nagulat kami na yung views niya sobrang laki, and when we were looking at the demographics, hanggang ibang bansa, we were catering to a market na hindi namin in-expect, which is mga OFWs. Ayun.
Yeah, I think the internet has really brought the Philippines closer to the OFWs now.
Yes.
I grew up abroad. My parents were OFWs, and nung panahon na yon, walang internet. Ang laking bagay pag may something from home. Like nung time na yon, we were able to get ABS-CBN on cable. Pag siniswitch on nila yung satellite feed. So we'd get it at lunchtime, and we'd get the evening news. Mm-hmm. So talagang we really took to that. So I think the internet is a really great place for giving entertainment to yung mga bagong bayani natin na mga OFWs. So that's great news.
Yes, and after that, when we uploaded yung unang movie ng 12 Days to Destiny, you can see from the comments pa lang na they really wanted more. And they are the ones actually, yung mga comments pa lang, they are the ones who wanted, for example, this character, we want this to evolve to this, to this, to this. Yeah. And it's something na overwhelming for us. Kasi parang we never expected. And at the same time, I think obvious naman for everyone na this is advertising. This is marketing, all rolled into a one particular film na na-enjoy ng viewer. But again, maraming nga nagtatanong sa amin, these guys earn money from this, from the views and all. To be honest, hindi po. Hindi talaga, not even enough. Not even enough from the views. Hindi ganon kalaki. It's basically a passion project.
Labor of love.
Labor of love, yes. Even the next 12 days, we were overwhelmed as well dun sa, and this was launched during the lockdown. Kasagsagan ng lockdown this year, which is May 8, 2020. So I guess that's the reason why a lot of us are online at that time.
Oh, I think people were just really thirsty for something during that time na everyone was so scared to come out. Diba? Everyone was, hindi ka pwede lumabas ng bahay. You needed a quarantine pass.
Yes. I would also give credit to our director, si Director Chris Jason Santos, si Jack Logan. He basically helped us with this project a lot. At the same time, when we were pressuring him para i-launch natin to during the pandemic, para to help entertain yung mga tao. Kasi nga, during that time, we were very pressured. And also, minadali namin and all that. Nahabol niya yung deadline na gusto natin. Hats off to Direct CJ. Thank you for helping us. Ayan, that's our CEO, Sir Robert. So, ayan, he's very passionate with all of this.
Red.
That guy in red, you can follow him on Facebook. That guy in red. So, siya rin yung reason for this Blade Radio Live series that we have right now.
All right, how did this come about? Before we talk about the movie that you guys came out with last week, let's talk about Blade Radio Live. How did this come about?
We were having a Zoom meeting. Our marketing team, that's me, Gio, and Sir Robert. So kami ni Gio pa lang, we were discussing ideas on how to make it was at that time a trend of live selling. Parang nakita mo lahat ng tao are doing live selling. Even my sa newsfeed ko yung mga friends ko, nakikita ko they're the ones doing the live selling. Tuloy-tuloy lahat sila. So we wanted to come up with a semi-live selling series of videos. Pero hindi ganon. More of information-driven entertainment / live selling with prices.
Yung live selling, iba yun yung mga nagfe-Facebook live na yung mga...
Yeah, pamain.
Ito, ano to, 99 lang. Kasya to.
99 lang. Yes. So basically, di ba yun yung concept ng live selling? The live seller would discuss yung item, features, benefits, price. Then the live seller would give you a humongous discount during that live session. But you have to type in mine para sa comment. It's considered sold sa'yo. Send a screenshot. Yes. That works for Facebook accounts na individual, not for corporate like us. So we wanted to do our own quiz sa ganon. So we came up with, we did not, kami ni Gio, we did not think na this will go this big talaga. Or this super ganda na studio, we did not expect that. We were just expecting na, let's make an information video, let's do this, let's do that. And all of a sudden, ayan na, si Sir Robert, our CEO, came in and boom, upgraded everything. Upgraded lahat. He set up the studio, the audio, the technical crew, our technical
gadget geek, no? Because I'm looking at all the equipment here, and it's some of the really good stuff that's available online.
And top notch. He doesn't settle for Nagulat nga ako yung camera
yung mic mount is awesome.
Yung camera, bro, yung camera na that's pointed at you. Personal camera yan ni Robert. Kaya ang ganda ng kuha mo. Ang ganda ng register mo sa
Parang kinis ko. A friend asking me if I am wearing makeup. That's how good wearing makeup.
It's very specific. Kailangan yung pose, yung bokeh effect, ganon. Kailangan. Yun na. So we were upgraded instant. So kami ni Gio is there. He's watching right now.
Yeah.
Kami ni Gio, we were like, okay, in-upgrade na ni boss. Kailangan upgrade natin yung show. I mean, we can't, hindi na ba pwede yung idea namin before. It has to be like, nandun na sa standard na dapat na sinabi ni Sir Robert.
If you're gonna do something, you might as well do it right, do it properly, diba?
Yes. So yun, we had you, nandyan ka, yung mga ibang hosts for the other shows.
Yeah.
Different Ricardo.
And I think you started off as a Saturday thing, diba?
Yes, nag-start kami, dapat supposed to be Saturday lang, and then ayun, again, may konting challenges, but the good thing was we were able to adjust. We had a very strong technical team then, headed by sila Rich, sila Ronald. So, ayun, tuloy-tuloy yung progress namin until now. And yeah, and then we were able to do simultaneous televised shows kay Lazada, Shopee, Facebook,
Oh
YouTube.
man, this is all happening at the same time, and I was surprised the first time I guest hosted for you guys on a Saturday. Na you have a whole team because I also have a personal live stream with friends on Saturday night, and kami lang yung nagko-control.
Actually, mas believe nga ako sa ganun, yung ikaw lang yung nagko-control kasi ang hirap hindi rin ganun kabilis. Hindi siya ganun kadali.
Pero kasi this is a very tight production, and one thing falls after the other. Syempre, if you do it at home, you're pretty loose. It's very casual. It's very laid back. But yeah, it's a lot of fun, and you guys have really good equipment. Ingit niya ako. Steal one of those lights later on. So let's move on to the next project, the Good Times Bad movie.
Yes.
When was this idea born?
This was more of a, what do you call this? This film is, hindi siya kapareho nung Dito Lang Ako and 12 Days of Destiny series, the first two films that we did. This is more of your indie type film, if you're familiar with that.
A bit, kasi bumabagyo noon. And our internet was a bit wonky, but what I caught, it had a very indie feel.
Indie film. Actually, all of our films are indie, considered we are an independent producer.
Yung feel, very indie film yung feel.
Yes.
Once, ang galing nga, they were indie film, but it had a very mainstream look and feel about it. Pero this one was very, it had a bit of a rawness to it, I think.
Yes. So this caters to that market. And ang galing nung actually when we filmed this, naging challenging for us kasi when we were filming this, it was during yung kasagsagan ng COVID. So it was very strict. Very, very strict. Until now naman, pero nung time na yun, we were all required, bago mag-shoot, kailangan namin mag-test.
So everyone had a test, yes, a negative reading before joining the, so nag-lock in kayo during the shoot. Wow.
Yes, ganon. So challenging for the crew, challenging for the cast as well. Kasi nga yun yung precautions at that time, and very kami, well, kailangan maging strict talaga at the time na very strict kami pagdating sa ganyan. Tapos aside from that, social distancing pa. Yun, so yung locations, kino-consider namin yun. Kailangan ba yung locations may mga permits? Sobrang daming permits, hindi katulad dati na hindi kasagsagan ng COVID, yung normal pa lang. So ito, mas marami kaming permits na kailangan i-secure. Just to shoot a day film, just to shoot one day. So, ayan, may kita nyo yung director, face mask and all that.
So talagang very strict kayo sa mga protocols, no?
Yes, we were very strict sa protocols. Pero, again,
kaninong yung ginamit nyo?
Kaninong what? Sorry.
Who owns the Mini? Is that yours?
That's Sir Robert's Mini Cooper.
Kala ko sa'yo.
May you guys should watch our series of films. Dito Lang Ako, 12 Days of Destiny, the next 12 days, and Good Times Bad. May connection may nakita kayong Easter egg or connection dyan. Yung mga iba nasa comment section na actually.
Talaga.
Na i-reveal na nila. But again, watch it para ma-appreciate how connected it will be.
So, do you have something in the works now after having come up just recently with Good Times Bad? Diba last week nyo lang pinremiere yan sa YouTube, right? So, what's next?
I think ni-reveal na ng director namin by post yung third or final lineup ng 12 Days to Destiny. I think that's in the works already. So yung huli at finale, I think it's being written right now. So we are very excited for next year. Definitely next year yung release on. And ayun, aside from that, we are kumbaga yung Blade Radio Live namin, we are solidifying per episode. Pinapaganda pa namin to lalo up until December. So to all the viewers, ayan, antayin nyo hanggang December ang Blade Radio Live natin.
It's a work in progress.
It's a work in progress, pero ayun, we have Neil. We have Neil on microphone.
I'm really happy to be a part of this project. You know, it's so new normal, no? Nakakatuwa. Kasi all of a sudden, naging uso ang live streaming because of the pandemic, di ba?
Yes.
All of a sudden, everyone's on Facebook, everyone's watching or sharing live streams. Medyo buhay pa rin si YouTube pero I think it's the instant gratification of this is happening now and it's live and it's exciting. Parang TV, di ba?
Yes. Parang TV, yes. Yun na. Lahat nandito na, lahat online, lahat. You have to be here kasi if not, may iwan tayo.
Oo.
Yes.
And then great thing about streams are pag hindi mo napanood o hindi mo natapos, you can go back to it.
Yes. Ayan. So then uploaded na yun. Nandiyan na siya forever. Yun yung maganda sa stream. Ito, our episode now, nandiyan na forever. You can gusto mo panoorin ulit, yung replay, ayan, nandiyan na siya.
So it's as easy as just subscribing, liking, getting that notification, and you can watch all of these Blade specials online, right?
Yes. So to all our viewers, please tune in, follow, like, and subscribe on our Facebook, YouTube, and Lazada, Shopee, including LinkedIn. We are live right now for our link. Hanggang LinkedIn, yes.
Videos pala doon. I have no idea, man.
That's keyword Blade Auto Center. I would give credit to sa technical team namin, kay Gio, kay Jaime, and all that. Yung mga back-end, yung back-end crew natin. They manage this very well.
You know, all this looks really good and is happening now. And me and Albert, because of these guys behind the scenes, you don't see them in front. Maybe one of these days we'll point the camera at them, no, para makita ng mga tao.
Oh, maybe they can share yung experiences din nila.
Oh, papasikatin natin sila. Anyway, so Albert, awesome, man.
Yes.
You know, there's so many great things to look forward to. Blade Auto Center is not just car accessories, man. You guys are turning out to are building your entertainment empire one brick at a time, which is something exciting. You know, it's good to see that you're not rushing into it. You're taking your time with it and just letting it marinate. Like the daily shows here on Blade Radio Live, diba? So, you know, it's just hindi siya pilit. It doesn't feel pilit, and it's just so much fun to be a part of.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Neil. Coming from you, that I respect. Maraming salamat.
No, but seriously, this is so much fun, and you know what? Nakakainganyo dito is the set looks really good. So for those of you watching, we're in a different part of the. No, I'm lying. We're not in a different part of the building. It's just they moved it around, and the back looks really, really good.
To all our viewers who's planning na magkaroon ng ganitong set, the most important thing is you guys should enjoy doing it. Wag niyo i-treat na parang it's a job and all that. Treat niyo na entertainment. Entertainment for the viewers.
I think, Albert, one of these episodes we should show the equipment that we use. You know, I mean, the equipment that we use here is actually big for a stream, but for people who want to get started, we can show them that these are some of the basics that you need to get a really good stream, good video, good audio. And I think that's the most important thing. Good video and good audio and yourself. diba?
Yeah.
Para it's something anyone can do. You don't need a great camera, you just need good internet, which is difficult here in the Philippines.
Totoo yun.
We were just talking about good internet before we came on, and good internet. A lot of phones are really really good. Mga bagong phone ngayon. A lot of the Android phones are so awesome. You can get great audio, great video. Bagsak presyo mga ring light ngayon sa online shopping, Lazada, Shopee, di ba? So I mean, you can get everything from our partners, right, Albert?
Yes, you can get everything online. Lahat nasa online na. And if you want to start a streaming like this, manood din kayo sa mga live stream from Lazada and Shopee. Makita nyo doon how they do it. Yeah.
Sobrang fun. And once you
Sobrang
start,
fun.
I mean, sometimes it's just kwentuhan lang kayo ng friends nyo and you want to share it online.
Yes.
Sometimes something as mundane as kulitan, which Albert will be guesting on my stream this Saturday night. We'll post a link up for that. It's just a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Anyways, Albert, I had a great time talking to you. I wish you were here. You're really in a remote location. Alam ba ng kapitbahay mo nakiki-wifi ka?
alam niya. Ganun kahirap kumuha ng internet.
Yeah, you know what? But programs like StreamYard and all that just make our lives so much easier, diba? So it's
dun sa mga like same situation as I am, kasi yung service providers namin hindi na pwede magkabit ng internet dito. What I'm doing right now is nakikiconnect ako sa neighbor, and then we shared yung monthly fee ng internet. Pwede yung gawin yun.
Para kayong roommates pero kayo, netmates.
Yon, yes.
So again, four movies out already. Dito lang ako, the 12 Days Saga, which is 2 movies already, and of course, Good Times Bad. More to come. Blade Radio Live. More to come. Whatever else the future holds, Albert's gonna be there, and it's gonna be around if we need you, So Albert, thanks so much.
Thanks, man.
I'll be in touch, okay?
Okay, I'll see you. Thank you for having me in your show.
Thanks for having me on your stream. Don't forget, everyone, just reminding you to like, share, and subscribe our social media channels, of course, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Shopee, and Lazada. Keyword is Blade Auto Center. And also Car Club Philippines, a Facebook group you should definitely be a part of. And we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more right after this.
Blade Radio Live would like to thank the following sponsors. Dub Project, Hero Motorcycle Accessories, Micro Magic Premium Car Care, Sparco Racing Accessories, Pioneer, Transcend, Bosch, Virtua, Type S. If you like the programs at Blade Radio, please support our sponsors. And now, let's get back to our regular program.
And we're back. Thanks for joining us today. I'd like to remind you, of course, that we do have daily shows. On Mondays, we've got Isang Pangarap with Senpai Kazu. Senpai Kazu. Blade Moto with Love. Blade Stories with Mr. Right on Wednesdays. Me on Thursdays. It's called our Daily Drive. Jack Logan every Friday with Bloody Boom. And on Saturdays, Joko Loco with What's Up Bladers. So to all you Bladers tuned in, watching us, and we'll be watching this as we go along. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Quick shout out to Albert. And Boss Robert for having us on today and every day, and for you to join us, all you cool bladers out there. Again, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Shopee, Lazada, and LinkedIn. We're everywhere. Anyways, you know what? We'll see you again tomorrow. The country's largest car accessories chain store, Blade Auto Center. We'll catch you again soon. Bye.
Pangarap ko ang Paskong mapayapa, walang kaguluhan, lahat maligaya, walang lahi, walang yaman, salo-salo, sa lungkot at saya.
Ako, sila, tayo, iisang mundo ang ating tahanan, isang pangarap. Tayo'y magsama-sama, sa amin ay makisakay, tayo'y magkaisa. Ngayong Pasko ay magbigay, kami isang pamilya. Halina at makisabay, kami ng diwa ng saya, gawing magkulay ang buhay.
Iisang pangarap,
isang pangarap. Pangarap ko, ang Pasko ay masaya. Lahat ng tao ay nasa piling ng mahal nila.
karamay ka, kaibigan mo, hindi ka na mag-isa. Ikaw, ako, sila, tayo,
isang mundo ang ating tahanan, isang pangarap.
tayo'y magsama-sama, sa amin ay makisakay, tayo'y magkaisa. Ngayong Pasko ay magbigay, kami isang pamilya. Halina at makisabay, kami ng diwa ng saya, gawing makulay ang buhay. Tayo'y magsama-sama, sa amin ay makisakay, tayo'y magkaisa. Ngayong Pasko ay magbigay, kami isang pamilya. Halina at makisabay, kami ng diwa ng saya, gawing makulay ang buhay. Ikaw, ako, sila, tayo, iisang pangarap.
Iisang pangarap.
Isang pangarap. Isang tayo'y magsama-sama, sa amin ay makisakay, tayo'y magkaisa. Ngayong Pasko ay magbigay, kami isang pamilya. Halina at makisabay, let's spread the joy and laughter, let's make the world much brighter.
This place is better. This place is better. This place is better. This place is better.
This place is better.
Hey there guys, Saber here. Welcome back to Blade Radio. Here we're always pushing the pedal when it comes to bring you the best mix of driving music and high quality value for money car products and services.
You got edge right here too, and you are absolutely right, Saber. It's all here under one roof. And what's more, our friendly and attentive staff is always on hand to give you expert advice on the latest car products available.
Of course, Blade offers top industry brands like Sparco, 3M, Dub, Meguiar's, Pioneer, Mothers, Garment, and many more, all of course at a very reasonable price.
We hope you enjoy your visit here at Blade Auto Center. Meanwhile, let's get right back to the music. Keep it here and always remember, if it's Blade, it's better.
Big Bang. Doon daw nag-umpisa ang lahat sa isang pagsabog. Ako, si Janus Paraiso. At dito nagtatapos ang storya ko.
Black tea. Plastic. Ako si Jill De La Rosa. Paano ako napunta dito? Toolbox! Babalik mo yung toolbox ng tatay ko o ibabalik mo yung toolbox ng tatay ko?
Toolbox? Bakit ba pinagbibintangan na? Eh, ako nga wala lang din yung suitcase ko. Mga kanina lang. Sa nanay ko pa yun. Andiyan lang siya.
Baka mo share the same magnanakaw. Plan. Except yung last part.
Bawal.
Bawal. Focus. Focus.
We actually screened it on YouTube last week, and it stars some really awesome indie artists, Hasna Cabral, Jael Galang, and Akihiro Blanco, directed by Ara Baldonado. And it's for free. You can watch it on YouTube. Just visit the Blade Auto Center Facebook channel and subscribe, like and subscribe, and click the bell notification, all right? We have other social media outlets too. We've got Instagram, Shopee, Lazada, and Facebook. Now let's get back to our guests. I think we've resolved our technical problems. Mr. Alex Santos from Meguiar's, Philippines. And we're going to be talking about car care during the rainy season. Sir, are you there?
Finally, can you hear me now?
Good morning, sir. Mahirap pag masyadong high-tech, no, boss?
Mukhang internet all around.
The story of our lives in the Philippines. Anyway, sir, thanks for joining us this morning. So we're going to be talking about your products at Meguiar's. Specifically, we did feature early on some of the products like yung scratch and swirl remover. I think it's in a small tube. Anyway, sir. Hang on. Malayo po ko lang. Yeah, so this one, Scratch X 2.0. But so generally, we're going to be talking about car care. And what kind of things should we take into consideration, lalo na dito sa Pilipinas, kung hindi umulan, ang init-init, what are the basics that we should take into consideration when caring for the paint and finish of our car?
Well, since we're in the rainy season or typhoon season now of the year, our cars paint weather, especially for those who don't have a garage, gets rained on 24/7 at times, and it takes a toll on your wax protection. So my suggestion, especially now that it's a rainy season, is to wax often, as often as you can, to ensure that your paint has protection always from the elements and whatever nature can throw on the paint. Now,
So, sir, so you mentioned wax po. Hindi po ba concern na mag-build up yung wax, or does that come off when we go to a car wash or pag winash natin yung car with shampoo?
Well, most waxes have durability. It won't easily wash off like wash. Pero, just like if water by itself, kaya niyang mag-erode ng bato over time. So you can imagine what sort of what water, just plain water, can do in terms of removing a coating of wax over time. It's not going to happen with one rainfall. Diba? Minsan na naulan, hindi naman mawawala yung wax mo. Pero kung constant, 24/7, mababawasan yan. And pag nabawasan na yung wax mo, bare na yung paint, it's exposed to more environmental contaminants and problems. So sometimes people will say, ulan.
So, sir, paano yan? So, would it be an indicator pag hindi na nagbibid yung water sa car nyo na pwede na ulit mag-reapply ng wax?
Yes, there's hydrophobicness. The beading is an indicator of the level of your wax protection. So once your wax doesn't bead or sheet water, then it's time to reapply your wax. Now, another way to test whether your paint has wax or not, or needs waxing, is to use a microfiber towel and pinch it on the paint. If your paint squeaks, that means you need wax. Now, we want squeaky clean on glass, but we don't want squeaky clean on paint.
I see. So that's also a good test to see if you need wax.
Like you're correct. Water beading is the sure indicator of whether how much wax you still have in the car. More beads means you got more wax. Less beads, your wax is going.
So looking at your quick wax product, sir, how safe is it to? How often can we apply this? I'm guessing this probably is this. When you apply this, is it like as thick as the paste waxes that we're used to applying from parang high-tech na to eh. Pero di ba nung unang panahon, paste wax yung nilalagay. And I guess psychologically, parang feeling natin mas makapal yun. Pareho lang po ba or mas makapal po ba yun kesa dito?
No. The quick wax or quick wax product, which is just a spray type, basically to just boost your regular wax protection. You wax your car with your favorite wax, let's say every month or every 2 months. And in between, you just want to boost, and ensure that, your level of wax protection is at its peak. But I don't want to do the traditional waxing back. Tagal eh. That's why it's called quick wax. Spray and wipe just to boost. It's not supposed to take the place of your regular waxing. It's just to boost in between the regular.
So this will probably wash off after a rain or two, ganun po ba?
Hindi
But
naman.
it's perfect for for protecting your paint.
Yes, every dealer, at the end of the day, we you protect your paint. That's why you buy the best oil for your engine and whatever it is, diba?
Yes, sir.
So forth and so on, right? So again, the level of protection or how much care you put in your car. And if I may just interject that, kanya-kanyang car care goals yan. Diba? Not everybody has the same goals. So whatever your goal is, then you have to decide what it is, and that will determine your frequency of how often you wax your car, how often whatever you do to your car. How often do you check your water in your radiator? I don't know. Some guys do it every day. Some guys don't even do it. They wait for it to break down.
So, question, sir. Since maraming brand new cars on the road, and it's a lot of people are getting new cars, what's the best thing you should do, or what's the first thing you should do when you get a brand new car? What kind of product should you use?
Well, when you buy a brand new car, the assumption is the paint is, let's say, we just limit our discussion to the paint of a brand new car. The assumption is that when you buy a brand new car, it's in perfect condition.
Right.
Okay. And your number one goal in your head is, how do I keep the brand new car of mine looking brand new for an indefinite period or for as long as I own the car? I guess that's what people have in mind when they buy the car now.
Siyempre, you wanna preserve the original design. Yeah.
Preserve or prolong, right? So number one, you gotta protect that paint. You gotta use a quality wax like ours, and there are other theirs. We're not the only ones in town. But you have to use it regularly. That's number one. Number two, don't scratch it. Don't damage the paint by improper washing, techniques, using the wrong cloths, and sometimes even going to the wrong car wash. So don't
okay.
damage the paint. Don't inflict. Like I understand guys who don't have a garage. Natural, mas prone sila magkaroon ng water spot. Sure. So walang garahe. So because they don't have a garage, they gotta do. Unfortunately, they gotta do a lot more work. Sometimes sabi nga sa English, prevention is better than the cure. Unfortunately, prevention also means more work.
So you mentioned, there are car washes who don't do the right thing. How can you spot if a car wash is actually damaging your paint finish versus a car wash that knows what they're doing?
Okay, so you gotta see whether they're picking up basically dirt from underneath and rubbing it on top. So you gotta see whether they're using the right implements like wash mitts and the right drying towels, whether they're chamois or microfiber towel type drying, And you look at basically the procedure, and you see, it's not rocket science to be able to detect whether this guy's doing it right.
Baka kasi magasgasan pa yung kotse nyo imbis na
Exactly. I mean, here's the thing, Neil. Every time you touch your paint, whether you're washing, whether you're waxing, whether you're drying, you always run the risk of.
Right.
So it's prudent to ensure that you take steps to minimize the process. So that's why they came up with wash mitts and the 2-bucket system and the foaming wash, and now and of late, well, not very new, but microfiber is pretty new relative to the drying cloths. So microfibers have taken over 100% cotton towel, which was the go-to back in the day. Even the synthetic chamois and the real chamois are things of the past now. Everything is microfiber because it's softer, it's more absorbent. Right? So the key there is softness. Softness, less prone to damaging your paint.
I see.
So it's always you gotta think. I'm gonna use this rag. It's gonna will this scratch my paint? I don't know. Right? So you gotta try it out. Sometimes a lot of guys will use what I call will do a dry dusting. So it's dry with dust, and they'll just get their feather duster or get their favorite basahan or whatever, and wipe that dust dry.
And this will scratch your clear coat po, no?
Oh, 110%.
So
if you can always try it out, but when you try it out, you gotta make sure. Okay, this is the before, and I'm gonna do the after. So again, it's sometimes our paint has certain hardness. It's not rock hard, but it's not paper soft. So you with the right or with the wrong rag and the wrong implement, you will be able to scratch the paint. But if you take extra care with the right rag, with the right microfiber, you will not overcome the hardness of the paint. And if you don't overcome the hardness of the paint, you will not scratch it. It's for me, that's how simple it is.
Pero are there any conditions that would say affect the hardness of the paint? For example, kailangan ba palamigin muna siya? Like if your car was parked in the sun and you hose it down or you apply wax. What are those still are there still rules as to what you can do based on how hot it is outside?
Sure. Again, with the advancement in technology products, there back in the day, the rule of thumb was do not wax a hot car, do not wax under the sun or direct sunlight. Okay, back in the day, technology moves forward. There's some products that will work in direct sunlight. There's some products that will not. But as a rule of thumb and to play safe, don't wax a hot car or under the sun. You know. That's it.
So your products ideally should be used in the shade then.
Normally, and especially for us here because we're hot, we're a hot climate, right? So the product tends to, let's say, dry faster than, let's say, in a temperate climate, right? In a cooler country. So you're working in a hot environment. That's one. Then you want to work on a hot surface pa. So double. You know? So
you're supposed to buff it off na completely, right? Kasi I remember nung 90s, may mga nagwa-wax tapos iniiwan yung wax sa kotse nila the whole day and then it cakes and then they buff it sa afternoon.
Almost impossible to remove after.
Oo nga eh.
Again, I don't know why people do that. I've never researched that to find the answer. But my guess is that people think if we leave it longer, I'll have a better, better protection. Right? But then the manufacturer, we have to follow the manufacturer's instructions as far as application removal. If the manufacturer says allowed to days for 3 minutes, then it's back off. Don't wait for 3 days. No, 3 minutes. You know, follow. Now, if you want to do the 3 days, don't blame the manufacturer later. If you didn't follow the instructions. That's why there is.
Okay, so I have a question now. may coats po ba ng wax? Because you can apply wax on your car. Is it viable to, let's say, you've done your first application, you've buffed it, it's shiny. Tapos is it practical to try to apply a second coat? Or will that
What's the objective in applying a second coat or a third?
to add more protection?
Again, some guys will say, I add more wax. If I reapply wax a second, a third, or fourth time, my car will get shinier and shinier and shinier. Or I will add more protection and add more protection. Now, first things first, protection. Let's talk about protection. Your first layer of wax will give you the most protection. Okay? Now, if I put the second layer of wax, will I double my protection? No. At best, you'll add half of what you originally put. Okay, so I put now a third layer of protection. Will I triple my protection? No, I'll only half the second or a quarter of the first. It's really not adding much. You're spending the same amount of 3 times, but you're not getting 3 times.
You don't get the amount of protection you expect.
It's good for me.
Because I also recall waxes, well, matagal na, the old waxes, I won't mention the brand, but diba, you can use actually wax to remove small scratches, diba? So there are abrasive waxes out there, right?
Well, there are. We have or cleaner wax which is mildly abrasive to address like scratches, swirls. See, again, a lot of people don't understand the science of removal of swirls and scratches. When you remove scratches and swirls, you are actually thinning down your paint or your clear coat to the lowest part of that. There are not on cars will have what we call fitting effect. Tinatambakan ba? Yung swirls mo, especially the lighter ones. If you do a Karate Kid wax on wax off on your paint, and then you say, wow, a lot of those swirls went away. And all I did was wipe on, wipe off. Now, what happened? Let's understand what happened there. What sort of magic happened there? The simple magic there is natabunan. Or just like for our female guests, it's like makeup. You fill in the cracks because they kaya pang i-fill na wax. Now, the downside there is that a few washes, you remove that filling. And then you're scratching your head and say, oh, it's back. Of course it's back. You took away the filling. The panambak, you took it out. So the scratch is back. Now you do the wax on, wax off again, you fill it again, and you say, wow, it's gone. So it's twofold. Now, if you just want to, but the filling effect or capabilities of wax products are limited to the finest scratches or the finest of the swirls. A wash here and there, because you did not take it out. You kumbaga, tinakpan mo lang. Minakapan mo lang.
I see.
It's a little more involved than they say, and here's another thing even for us. Scratch remover. Yeah, I got a scratch. Now, a lot of guys, it's after the fact. What do you mean after the fact? And then you scratch it. I can't do time and say, I hope sana na hindi na scratch. Nandiyan na. So, my advice to everyone is to do the fingernail test. To see
which is
not, your fingernail. Kuko. So you run it across the scratch. Okay? If you can feel the scratch with your fingernail, kumbaga sabit. Sabit ko po.
Oh.
Ba? Pag sabit ko po, no matter how slight, what's that telling you? That's deep.
It's deep. Yeah.
Alin. Okay? So, you have the scratch and you're wondering, what am I going to do? Am I going to go run out and buy the first scratch remover I see and hope it works? No, that's not the first thing you do. The first thing you do is you assess. Do the fingernail test. Kung sabit ko po, that's saying malalim. Pag malalim, it is what we do. Ask the mark. Give up. Nothing will solve it.
That's right.
You head out, go to the picture. Because there's no more pain. Now, some people will say, that's not deep. Hindi naman masyadong sabi ko po eh. Okay, so here's a simple lesson about paint. Your paint on your typical car, right? Do you have any idea how thick your paint is on your car?
Probably no thicker than a human hair.
No thicker than a human. Do you think a typical bond paper is thin, thick or thin?
I think it's pretty thick.
Bond paper. Okay. Now, in a typical car paint, you have your primer coat, the primer layer, you have your color, and you have your clear. That's 3 different layers of paint. And then you have your bare metal. Those 3 layers, you add them all up. Pag sumakapal mo na yun po, diba? Makapal pa yung bond paper mo.
I thought so.
When you are removing scratches, we are only working within the clear coat. If the defect is within the clear coat. So imagine a bond paper which is not very thick is thicker than all those 3 layers, typically. And now I have to divide that into sabihin mo na ng pantay-pantay na lang. Divided by 3 na lang.
Divided by 3.
Diba? Divided by 3. Divided by 3 mo pa. Eh, ano ba natira? That's why, going back to the fingernail, sabi ko po, don't waste your time, and especially your money. Diba?
Well, kasi naman yung scratch remover, they just make it less obvious, pero hindi naman nawawala yung gasgas eh.
No. Less obvious because of the filling capability.
Right.
What they will test are the lighter of the line. But you can, if the scratch is really deep, you can use the whole bottle and you will go through your clear and you'll even create a bigger blemish. The scratch is still there. And you created a bigger problem.
So just leave it alone. Anyway, sir, before I let you go, one last question. So what's a good routine as a rule of thumb pag nag-car wash ka, given, let's say, people wash their cars siguro once a week? What things should they do? Car wash shampoo, and then perhaps quick wax or paste wax?
Well, you don't really like we touched on. The beating of your paint is a good indicator of how much wax or how little wax you have. So my suggestion is obviously you have to keep your car's paint clean, and it just gets a little bit, mostly a little bit. So a normal car wash will do. But use a correct car wash product that's designed for car wash. Don't use a dishwashing liquid. Some will use laundry detergent. Thinking if I'm gonna use laundry detergent, I'm gonna get it extra clean. No. I mean, maybe in the extra clean part, yeah. Then laundry detergent and dishwashing liquid are designed to strip off, a lot of not just surface dirt. You know what I mean? Again, with regularity, I think regularity is the key when you talk about car care. When you say car care, you're really talking about maintenance. Right? Your maintenance is dependent on how frequent you want to do it. It's like, my analogy there is like going to the gym. What's your physical goal?
Right,
I want
right.
6 packs. Okay. Can I go there once a year? I don't think that's gonna happen. So what's your goal? How shiny do you want your car? How clean do you want your car? How defect free do you want your car? Etc. Then you have to take the necessary. It's maintained to the level that you want. And
So again, it's very important how you want it to, how shiny and how good the paint will last.
Yeah. But if like if you catch on the guy who bought a brand new car, hey, keep it waxed, keep it clean, and don't scratch the paint.
That's always a good rule of thumb. One more pala, sir. So all these car washes have popped up, no? Are these high pressure washers good? I mean, we know they remove a lot of the surface, a lot of the dirt that's stuck to your car. But is it really safe for your paint? Or is it better to just use a plain hose and a little more, it'll take a little more time though, but what would you recommend?
They're safe. The high pressure washers, if we are talking original paint still,
Right.
safe naman sila, no? In my experience, the high pressure washers are not as safe as if the car in question is repainted and it's repainted badly.
Kasi iba na po yung brand nung paint sa...
Repainted na, masama pa yung pagka-paint. So, kung minsan, pag tiniran mo ng high pressure washer yan, kaya niyang tuklapin. Yeah, but because that only happens on the repaint. But I've never experienced that happening on original paint. It's safe.
All right, so I guess that's good.
Out there who have repainted cars, again, kung medyo hindi ka sure kung saan nagpintura,
Much na lang.
power washer.
All right, well, thanks for your time. Sir Alex Santos of McGuire's Philippines, thanks so much for spending time with us this morning. I learned a lot, and I think, I guess my takeaway from this is a lot of it is really common sense, and which is not so common these days. And just keep an eye on the beating of the car, the beating of the water. And yeah, this is a good product to use if you want to maintain it between applications.
If our viewers out there have any questions for us, you can always messenger us on our Facebook page.
All right.
Gladly
Awesome.
answer your question.
Okay. So again, thank you, Mr. Alex Santos. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more right after this.
Hey there guys, Saber here. Welcome back to Blade Radio. Here we're always pushing the pedal when it comes to bringing you the best mix of driving music and high quality, value for money car products and services.
You got Edge right here too, and you are absolutely right, Saber. It's all here under one roof. And what's more, our friendly and attentive staff is always on hand to give you expert advice on the latest car products available.
Of course, Blade offers top industry brands like Sparco, 3M, Dub, McGuire's, Pioneer, Mothers, Garment, and many more, all of course at a very reasonable price.
We hope you enjoy your visit here at Blade Auto Center. Meanwhile, let's get right back to the music. Keep it here and always remember, if it's Blade, it's better.
Pangarap ko ang Paskong mapayapa, walang kaguluhan, lahat maligaya, walang lahi, walang yaman, salo-salo sa lungkot at saya.
Ako, sila, tayo, iisang mundo ang ating tahanan, iisang pangarap. Tayo'y magsama-sama, sa amin ay makisakay. Tayo'y magkaisa, ngayong Pasko ay magbigay. Kami isang pamilya, halina at makisabay. Kami ng diwa ng saya, gawing magkulay ang buhay.
Iisang pangarap,
isang pangarap. Pangarap ko ang Pasko ay masaya. Lahat ng tao ay nasa piling ng mahal nila.
karamay ka, kaibigan mo, hindi ka na mag-isa. Ikaw, ako, sila, tayo,
isang mundo ang ating tahanan, isang pangarap.
tayo'y magsama-sama, sa amin ay makisakay. Tayo'y magkaisa, ngayong Pasko ay magbigay. Kami isang pamilya, halina at makisabay. Kami ng diwa ng saya, gawing makulay ang buhay. Tayo'y magsama-sama, sa amin ay makisakay. Tayo'y magkaisa, ngayong Pasko ay magbigay. Kami isang pamilya, halina at makisabay. Kami ng diwa ng saya, gawing makulay ang buhay. Ikaw, ako, sila, tayo, iisang pangarap.
Iisang pangarap.
Isang pangarap. Isang pangarap. Isang tayo'y magsama-sama, sa amin ay makisakay. Tayo'y magkaisa, ngayong Pasko ay magbigay. Kami isang pamilya, halina at makisabay. Let's spread the joy and laughter, let's make the world much brighter.
This place is better. This place is better. This place is better. This place is better.
It's played, it's better.
Blade Auto Center offers you a wide range of car accessories, auto parts, tools, and car-related gift ideas. Find everything you need here at Blade Auto Center. You're tuned in to Blade Radio. Blade Radio. Here at Blade Auto Center, we always put our customers first. We know our parts and products, and we've got the best merchandise at the right price. This is Blade Radio. Blade Radio.
All programs on Blade Radio Live are purely for entertainment purposes only. The views and opinions expressed by the host and the guests do not reflect that of the show, the management, and the company. Now, Bladers, sit back, relax, and enjoy our show.
Hey there guys, Saber here. Welcome back to Blade Radio. Here we're always pushing the pedal when it comes to bringing you the best mix of driving music and high quality, value for money car products and services.
You got Edge right here too, and you are absolutely right, Saber. It's all here under one roof. And what's more, our friendly and attentive staff is always on hand to give you expert advice on the latest car products available.
Of course, Blade offers top industry brands like Sparco, 3M, Dub, Meguiar's, Pioneer, Mothers, Garment, and many more, all of course at a very reasonable price.
We hope you enjoy your visit here at Blade Auto Center. Meanwhile, let's get right back to the music. Keep it here and always remember, if it's Blade, it's better.
All right, welcome to another episode of our Daily Drive. My name is Neil from LO 94.7. And if it's your first time to join us, I'd like to encourage you to check out our social media pages, like, subscribe, and follow Blade Auto Center on YouTube, Facebook, Lazada, and Shopee. Again, look for Blade Auto Center. So, hey, Bladers, how are you doing today? It's been a while, and it's good to be back. So I hope you're having a great day today. We've got a great show lined up for you. Today, we'll be talking about CTEK. Now, if you have a car or a motorcycle, we all know that the battery is an important thing, and CTEK is a really great gadget that will help you maintain the life and longevity of your battery, and we'll be finding more about it later on from our guest, and it's something you should seriously consider because the battery is not cheap anymore. Okay, so check that out, and this daily drive happens every Thursday, so I hope you made time. We've got a lot of great things to talk about today. And before we start, let's get into our sponsors.
Blade Radio Live would like to thank the following sponsors. Dub Project, Hero Motorcycle Accessories, Micro Magic Premium Car Care, Sparco Racing Accessories, Pioneer, Transcend, Bosch, Virtua, Type S. If you like the programs at Blade Radio, please support our sponsors. And now, let's get back to our regular program.
Welcome back. Again, I'd like to remind you to like, share, and subscribe to our social media channels, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Shopee, and Lazada. Blade Auto Center is the keyword. All right, let's get into the show, and we kick off things with industry news. And these are the things that are happening around you, motoring related, road related, and whatnot. So let's kick things off with some news from the North Luzon Expressway. NLEX Corporation and Angeles City local government have partnered for traffic management, and they have partnered so that they will ensure that there will be a good flow of vehicles to and from NLEX to Angeles and vice versa. So that's some of the things that's going on there, of course. So we know that there are a lot of people there now getting their RFIDs and lines formed, and there's a bit of traffic. So they just want to make sure that traffic flows good in and out. And if you haven't gotten your RFID yet, don't worry. You can get yours anytime you need to use the expressway, according to our guest earlier. Anyways, moving on, CTEK Phillipines has introduced the two-tone Tigo 2, their subcompact crossover. Of course, it helps to have great colors for your vehicles, and making it two-tone just makes them that much cooler. And now they have three colors with a black top. They've got blue with a black top, red with a black top, and orange with a black top. And the two-tone variant for the automatic transmission is 795,000. So something to think about if you're getting a Cherry, and they've got some really great warranties. I do believe they have a 10-year or 1 million kilometer warranty on their engine. So if you're planning on getting a vehicle, investing that hard-earned money, something you should look into. Toyota Motors Asia Pacific has rolled out football workshop videos for students and schools. And they actually shot these in Japan and are available for viewing on their Facebook page, facebook.com/Toyota Motor Philippines, and their YouTube, youtube.com/Toyota Motor Philippines. You can catch the videos there. They've been available for download since, I think, the 23rd of November. Okay, moving right along, our friends over at Nissan Philippines have banded together to send relief items to affected communities in Bicol and Cagayan, and they've partnered with the Joint Task Force NCR. It's a Civil Military Operations Division of the AFP, and these guys will take care of the distribution of items. And again, I'd like to thank Nissan Philippines for their commitment in helping out our countrymen who were affected by the past storms. Moving on, Photon has updated their EC mobile truck. Their EC mobile truck is actually service in a truck, and they will come to you. Now it's 24 hours, 24/7 actually. So wherever you are, if you drive a Photon, you can get in touch with them. And if something goes wrong, they'll send the truck out to you. And ways to get in touch with them, well, you can get more information through Photon Philippines on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at PhotonPH. And you can also email them inq@photon.com.ph for more info about their offsite service. It is 24/7. All right. Moving on. Ever since the pandemic, a lot of us have been ordering stuff online, and courier services have popped up, and they're all helping us get our things as soon as we can. Well, Lalamove, one of those courier services, have partnered with the PIDEA to make sure that, you don't accidentally get drugs delivered to your doorstep. And a lot of, drug pushers and, are using the anonymous courier services to transport drugs. So this is a way of combating that crime. So kudos to Lalamove and PIDEA for partnering. Moving on, Photon now offers a guarantee of getting 3 days spare parts, or it's free. And if you don't get your PMS parts, you will get a free oil filter, air filter, and fuel filter if you don't get it in 3 days. So all you have to do is just get in touch with them and schedule your service. And they guarantee that you will get your parts in 3 days, and your vehicle, whatever it needs, will get repaired. Okay, moving right along, Mazda Philippines has partnered with Catala Foundation to help in the conservation and preservation of the Philippine pangolin. By doing this, we ensure the survival of their species, and apparently they're being used for food and medicinal purposes. Don't ask me if you know what they taste like. Probably like chicken. I don't know. But Mazda has come out with a special edition Mazda BT50 4x4 pickup, and it's got a lot of great features that they've dressed it up with about 150 grand worth of accessories. And you know what? They've also removed 150 grand off its price, and it's now being sold for 1.4 million pesos. Okay. And of course, with this, you get the 5-year service, 5-year free service. You get a really awesome engine under the hood, 4x4, 200 horsepower, 470 Newton meters, and a lot of great accessories like Android Auto, Apple CarPlay, among others. You get a roof rack, you get new rims, you pretty much get a custom look straight out of the showroom for only 1.4 million. So check that out. And our last piece of news is Toyota Philippines has updated the Rush. And now all variants have 3-row seating. 3-row seating. What's wrong with my tongue today? 3-row seating and seat 7. Their first batch of models actually came out with 5-seaters, and then you only get 7 seating for 7 3-row seating. That's what happens when you eat lunch. 3 rows of seats at seat 7 in all the variants before top of the line lang. All right, so there you go. That's now available. Do check it out on their website, Toyota Philippines website. Check out the specs. You'll like it. All right. So if you're in the market for an entry-level SUV, this might just be for you. And that's our industry news. Let's move on to our featured product this afternoon. And this is in line with our guest later on. And it's the CTEK Battery Charger and Maintenance Value Pack. And the great thing about this is, we'll talk more about this later. But essentially what this does is, pag hindi mo ginagamit yung kotse mo at nakasit lang siya, the battery will drain. And the longer it sits, the more the battery drains. And if you don't use the car, or you don't use the car long enough, you don't charge the battery, its capacity might drop or it might fail on you. Really depends on the make and the brand of the battery. But what this does is it ensures that your battery is always fully charged. It will charge it. There are some where if your battery's a little bit wonky, it will recondition your battery. It has some magic in there that we'll talk about later on. And then it will trickle charge and keep your battery in top charge form as if it was used every day. So we'll find out more about this later on. But I think this should be one of those investments you make, because this can make your battery last more than 2 years. Kasi dito sa Pilipinas, because of our bad roads, batteries tend to get bumped around and will last roughly 2 to 3 years. If you notice, if you hit the 2-year mark, your battery will probably fail on you when you least expect it. And that's a bad thing. But if you have one of these, it could extend your battery life, may double your battery life, may triple your battery life, but it's a good thing. And it may be a little bit pricey. This one is priced at 7,299, but how much is a battery now? It's about the cheapest batteries, 5,000, di ba? It's mga 5,000 depending on the brand. Yung dati 1.5 lang yung battery eh. Tagal na dun. Anyway, so yeah, if it's going to save you from buying a battery every 2 years, this might be a good investment, all right? I say investment, why? Because it's a bit expensive, but along with any other things you put in your car, you will spend money if something breaks down. And what would you rather spend on a tow truck? Nasa gitna ka ng malayong lugar na madilim na walang ilaw, or nasa mall ka, hindi mag-start yung kotse mo, or baka hindi sa mall, sa ibang lugar, diba? Kasi may ganito ka, so that your battery will always start one click. So this is available at all branches of Blade and online. Shopee, Lazada, and Blade Auto Center.ph, right? Blade.ph, there. So check it out. Anyways, we are moving right along with the show. Let me see. I'd like to ask you to head on over to Facebook and join Car Club Philippines Facebook group. And there you'll get a lot of information. Things going around the roads in different communities today. A lot of people, it's a great place to get into certain discussions and, maybe learn something or impart knowledge to people who have questions, that sort of thing. So we'll get into our guest in a bit. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back right after this.
Hello, Bladers. Here's hot news about your car battery that may seem surprising. It's not so much the cold that gets it down as it is high heat. Heat causes battery fluid to evaporate, thus damaging the internal structure of the battery. That's why it's a good idea to check your battery as the weather changes, or if you've been driving in a cooler part of the country. Welcome to our daily drive. If you are not subscribed yet, you are missing out. Today, we will be talking about the 5 tips for better battery performance. To get the most life out of a battery, here are some simple things that we should do. Number 1, be sure the electrical system is charging at the correct rate. Overcharging can damage a battery as quickly as undercharging. Number 2, if your battery is the type that needs to be topped off, check it regularly. Add distilled water when necessary. Number 3, always replace a battery with one that's rated at least as high as the one originally specified. Number 4, have the battery checked if you notice headlights and interior lights dim, accessories that fail to operate, or the check engine or battery light illuminated. Number 5, keep the top of the battery clean. dirt becomes a conductor, which drains battery power. Further, as corrosion accumulates on battery terminals, it becomes an insulator, inhibiting current flow. Do you agree with our list? Or did you have others to add? Drop us some comments. We would love to hear from you. And since you stayed till the end of this video, here's a bonus. Number 6, another reason for shortened battery life is overcharging. That is, a malfunctioning component in the charging system, usually the voltage regulator, can allow too high a charging rate, leading to slow death for a battery. In addition, colder temperatures can increase the thickness of the engine oil, making the engine harder to turn over, causing the battery to have to work more. These factors lead to harder starting. We publish a new episode every day. Don't forget to like and subscribe, so that you don't miss out on any of our new releases. For more car care and maintenance tips, visit www.blade.ph. It's Blade, it's better.
If it's from Blade, it must be good. Anyways, welcome back. My name is Neil. I'm from Mellow 94.7, and this is called Our Daily Drive. Every Thursday, thanks for making it your habit. Let's get into our guest. And today we're talking to our friends from CTEK. Coming in with us this afternoon is Jen Chu of CTEK Philippines. And hi, Jen.
Hey, Neil.
This is strange. This is surreal. I see you on streams all the time.
I know.
The same
with the same background.
Oh,
possibly with the same everything.
Oh, nga. Okay. Good to see you. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
I'm sleepy. Just ate. It's what happens when you eat.
You're good, but you're sleepy.
Yeah.
Did you have coffee yet?
Yes, I'm actually drinking coffee as we go.
I've been dying for a coffee. Maybe later.
Yeah, I've had this since this morning. Hindi ko maubos eh.
Okay.
Anyway.
Bottomless pit. Bottomless
No,
pit
it's so strong. It's so strong. Medyo matapang. I think it's Barako or something. It just makes me palpitate.
Barako.
Yeah. All right. So Jen, today we're talking about CTEK.
Yep.
Awesome. And we've got one of your things here.
Have you tried it?
Well, actually, I have one at home. I forgot what model it is, but it works really, really cool. Anyways, so you've got someone with you today, right? Would you like to introduce him?
Okay. So the guest that we have for today is Mr. Robert Briggs. He's the sales director for the APAC region from CTEK, and there he is. So he's coming. He's joining us all the way from Melbourne, Australia, where COVID is actually doing better than.
Good afternoon, Robert.
Hi, how are you?
How's it going? Great. So we're talking about this really great product, and here in the Philippines, our battery life is about 2 years, and I've noticed, I'm not sure if it's the quality of the batteries that are available locally, or maybe it's just because our roads are really bad, and your battery gets banged up, and even if it's strapped down properly in your engine compartment, batteries just don't last that long here in the Philippines. And it's your product has helped a lot of batteries last just that much longer than normal. So tell us a bit about CTEK and how it came about.
Hello.
Are we okay?
I think he got. I think naglag siya.
Oh no.
Wait
All
lang.
right, I think he's frozen.
Yeah.
Nawala.
Nawala siya. Wait.
Yeah, I think we lost
Technical
it.
difficulties.
Yeah, no worries. That's live. What are we? Live streaming. It happens. Is he there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, he's back. Okay. Sige. So Yeah, tell us a little bit about the product and then how you found out about it, Jen.
Oh, there. I think he's back.
Oh, there. All right. There you go.
Okay, there, bigla. Ganyan talaga ang live.
You all right, Robert? Can you hear me?
Yeah. My internet connection just dropped in and out.
Wait, are you in the Philippines?
No, I'm in Melbourne, Australia.
Good to know it's not just us.
And our Wi-Fi must be as good as yours.
Yeah, because that's a problem we'd usually have. But yeah, that's sort of comforting to know. All right, so Robert, I was asking, give us a little bit of a brief history on CTEK and the kind of technology that goes into what makes it different from other chargers. Yeah,
sure. CTEK originally started as an innovation company, and we were approached by a battery manufacturer that produced a spiral battery that they couldn't charge, and CTEK developed the charger for them. And after probably, I think it was about only 6 months, this company decided that they didn't want the charger. So CTEK seen an opportunity and went to market with this product. In the first year, we sold 12 chargers globally.
Wow.
We couldn't, because new technology, people couldn't understand a battery charger that small could charge a battery, because battery chargers in the old days were quite a big box and they had a lot of, capacitors and everything inside them. And what really made CTEK become really successful was Porsche Germany found the product and wanted CTEK to make it with a Porsche name on it. And we still make that today for Porsche. And Porsche buy around about 70,000 chargers of us every year. And they sell the charger as an accessory with their car, or they give it with some models for free. We also make the chargers for Ferrari, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, Mercedes-Benz, BMW. We make chargers for 52 supercar manufacturers around the world. They use our product, but for the simple reason it can't damage any electronics in a car, and it can't overcharge a battery, but it can also extend the life of your battery that could be triple, it could be, I had a customer ring me the other day and said his battery is 17 years old.
Wow.
And I've been using it, and it's the original battery in the car, because I've used the CTEK at least once a month on the battery. You mentioned before, Mike, about Neil, about why do batteries fail? Why do some batteries last 2 years, some last 5 years? Well, that could be a lot of things. It could be the amount of electronics in the car, how far people drive the car, and I know in the Philippines, if you live in down Metro Manila, you don't get a lot of speed up in the car.
Yeah,
so
we don't.
The battery's never getting fully charged, because stop, start. It just, the alternator in the vehicle can't get enough speed to fully charge that battery. And we find in a lot of Asian countries, Thailand, Jakarta, where there's a lot of traffic downtown and people ain't, using their cars for long drives on weekends, really shortens the battery life. Just purely because, one, you have very, very, humid conditions. Your temperature's always, around 30 odd degrees.
That's
and
right.
Temperature kills batteries really quickly. So, we recommend our product is used just once a month, just overnight. And we would say that would nearly guarantee that'll double the life of your battery. Quite obviously, and as you mentioned in one of your comments earlier, is the battery quality worse in the Philippines than, say, other countries? And that may be the case, where the thickness of the plates inside the battery is different. Because a lot of countries make batteries to a price, not to quality. And that could be a contributing factor as well. But people say, my first battery lasted 5 years. My second battery lasted 2 years. Why is that? Well, the battery that was in the car initially could have been, let's say, an 11-plate battery, what we call 11 plates inside the battery, which is a negative and a positive. But the battery that they replaced it with might only been a 7-plate battery. So it's not like for like. So there's different strengths of the battery. And that's where people get a little bit confused. And I noticed on one of Blade's ads, which is a really good recommendation to people, replace the battery in your car similar to the one that's coming out of the car, especially if you had longevity out of that original battery. Don't always go because this one's cheaper, I want to buy that, because that may be the cause of the shortened life of the battery.
So you recommend that we either get something similar to the original equipment that came with the car or the same size?
Yeah, for sure. And that would be a CCA rating, or, it might be a 70, what we call AH battery, ampere-hour battery. And the CC rating is rated as cold cranking amps. So
what does cold cranking mean?
Well, cold cranking amps, it's rated at a temperature. It's a world standard that must be met on batteries. So it's the temperature, the ability to start the car. It's just a rating. And in Europe, it's called an EN rating. But in a lot of countries, it's called a cold cranking amp. So the higher the cold cranking amp rating is, the better the car would start, because it's got a higher capacity. It has a higher capacity in cranking capacity.
Okay, now I get it. So
because there is different types of batteries. There's AGM batteries, which are really not cranking batteries. They're designed to run accessories. So make sure when you're buying a battery for your car, you're buying a battery that has a cold cranking amp capacity. That's more important than maybe the ampere hour of the battery.
All right, yeah, because they use different specs to sell their batteries here in the Philippines, and sometimes people just think if they see a large number is automatically better, but you don't know what that number is associated with.
Yeah, but cold cranking amps is very important. If you've got like a diesel engine, you're going to need more cold cranking amps to start a diesel vehicle than you would, say, a small Suzuki or, a smaller vehicle. So, any SUV or, a bigger capacity engine vehicle, you're going to need a larger cold cranking battery.
Right. So from about 12 chargers sold to about 70,000, that's not too shabby. What is it? That's just for one brand.
Yeah, we sell 1.3 million chargers today, every year.
You don't sound too happy about it.
No, we want to grow that.
All right, so I'd like to know what the charger does, because like other chargers, you usually have to take them out of the car and then put your clamps on them, and these ones work in the car, connected to the car, and then it works its magic. What's going on in the...
That's a really, really important part of our product. That's why the likes of these supercar companies use our charger, because they're 100% designed to charge the battery in the car. So we cap the voltage on all our chargers. So with a normal lead acid battery, we would charge the battery at 14.4 volts, which is the recommended charging current for most batteries. And then you have AGM batteries that needs a slightly higher voltage. And if you look at that product that you had in your hand, the 5.0, you can select that on the on the mode button on the front of the charger, you can select the function that you want to put the charger into. And the other reason why our chargers are different, I heard you mention earlier on about trickle chargers.
Yes.
CTEK don't call our charger a trickle charger. If I can give you all your listeners a quick example, if you're filling up a bathtub with trickling the water in and you left it for a week, at some point, what's going to happen?
It'll overflow.
The bath, exactly right. The bath is going to overflow. And that's exactly the same principle with a battery charger. If you kept trickling charge into a battery, you're going to overcharge the battery at some point. What happens with the CTEK charger, it goes through all its steps, up to 1 to 7, and it stays in step 7, what we call float charge, for 10 days. And the charger then smart enough to go, oh, no one's using any current from this battery. So now I'm going to go into what we call pulse mode. So it actually shuts down and it just sends a little pulse to the battery to read the voltage. If it sees the voltages drop, it'll then restart the program. And it will continually do that for 1 year, 2 years if you leave it on a battery. So it's always maintaining the battery at near 100% capacity, and that's what will extend the battery life. Batteries love to be fully charged.
That's good to know. So this is safe enough to plug in if you're going on holidays. Plug it in and just leave it clamped to your car, and it's okay.
Yeah, exactly what it's designed for. It's designed, it has multiple functions. As you mentioned early on, it has a charge function to charge the battery. It also tests the battery. If it's going through its cycle, if the charger sees that the battery that it's charging can't hold a charge, it'll stop the process at number 5 and go, this battery can't hold the charge I've just given it, so it's really no good. But then, as I said, when it goes to step 7 and 8, you can leave it on for 24/7, 365 days a year.
And it wouldn't do anything to the battery or the car.
It doesn't do
no damage.
whatsoever. No damage whatsoever, because when it reaches a certain voltage, it turns off. And as you mentioned earlier, all batteries, no matter in what condition, they always drop voltage. And that may be just from the pure electronics in the car. And people don't understand, if with these modern cars, we've got these key fobs these days.
Right, yeah.
If you drive into your garage and you close the garage door, but you don't totally lock the car with the key fob, what happens is the car is still active because you haven't put it to sleep. So the car's electronics is actually looking for the fault. So it's drawing some current. Because you haven't shut the car down totally by locking the doors, the car's computer system thinks it's going to be some action's going to happen soon. So it's searching for the key fob, which will, after about 2 or 3 weeks, if you left it like that, would more than likely flatten your battery. It wouldn't start your car.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, a lot of people wonder why their cars discharge, and they probably don't realize that just leaving it parked, even with the alarm on and all the electronics, just on standby.
I think, Neil, the best analogy that we usually use is that think of your smartphone, that even if you're not using it, you'll notice that the battery actually drains slowly, but it does drain.
Right.
So something like that. And there has been studies shown, if you read about it, that it's better for you to keep your battery fully charged rather than waiting for it to drain down to 0. Because remember, common practice before is that it's better to wait for it to drain down to 20% or to 0% before we charge it all the way up again. But it's actually healthier for a battery that if it goes down to about 80%, then you start charging it up again. So that's what the CTEK charger does, that the pulse monitoring feature will actually detect when it goes down to a certain level, like 80%, and then it will start charging it again, just to make sure that it doesn't go down. So it's smart. That's why we call it a smart battery charger.
This is perfect now because of the pandemic, and a lot of people aren't using their cars. A lot of people are stuck at home, and their cars probably have been in the garage. Usually they take it out. Now, at most, I'm sure once a week if they don't have to work.
Right.
Yeah. So
yeah, 100%. And this year, CTEK have seen a huge increase in sales because we've sent that exact message out, Neil, that everybody is in lockdown, but their cars are in lockdown, and they forget about the car because that's just parked in the garage. But and
Right.
all of a sudden they want to use the car, and the battery's flat. Because we've been in lockdown. Like here in Melbourne, we were in lockdown for 111 days. We were allowed out of our house. We were allowed out of our house for 1 hour each day to exercise, and one person from each household in Melbourne was allowed to go to the shopping centre for no more than 1 hour to get groceries. That was it.
That's a lot stricter there than it is here in the Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're 100%. And because Australia, it's probably, we're a little bit stricter. We're an island. But as of today, we have had now 29 days of COVID free. Not one community transmission, nothing. So Australia is basically just about free of COVID. But we have seen from the motoring bodies have given us data. This has been their biggest year in history of battery sales. They can't keep up with battery sales because of people, they don't understand about charging. And quite obviously, when a battery goes flat, everybody wants to just get going now. So they ring up the road service, they come out, and they just put a new battery in. But there was nothing the matter with the old battery. It was only flat. It just needed a good, healthy charge for probably 8 hours, and the battery would be like new again.
So that brings me to my next question. How does this deal with batteries that have gone completely dead?
Okay. It has a function in there which you did speak about, Neil, called recon function. If a battery goes totally flat, what we need to do is we need to wake that battery up. It's totally gone to sleep. So if you push the recon function on the charger just goes through its normal process. But when it gets to the step number 6, it puts in 15.8 volts, which is quite high current for a battery. But what that does, it like shocks the battery. So the high voltage will clean off any build up on the plates, and it'll do it for up to about 30 minutes, depending on the condition of the battery. You can't revive all batteries, but if it's a battery that's just been discharged, gone flat, it'll bring it back to 100% capacity, and it's a good policy to use that recon function once per year, just to wake the battery up, make sure it's all nice and healthy inside. If I could put it in a simple terms, it'd be like picking the battery up, but if it had a sealed battery, but don't do this, turning it upside down and shaking it, because what you want to do is you want to mix the distilled water and all the acid. You want them to, marry up again, because that's what causes, that's what is the reaction is. But because what happens in what we call desulfation and that, the acid and the water separates. So you've got to then mix it all up again, but by putting a higher voltage in, like 15.8 volt, that helps with that process as well. And it's really good for the battery to do it at least once a year, just to give it a wake up.
All right, so I've got a bit of I'm not sure if it's a technical question, and I hope you can answer it. So a battery essentially is a container with plates and acid in it. The acid, does it change its state as the battery charges and discharges. I mean,
Yes,
wouldn't you have to top
yes,
it up? Because
correct.
that's why they sell battery water, right? What
Yeah,
what does battery water
yeah.
exactly do?
Well, battery water it's like just a distilled water. I mean, it's 80% acid and probably 20% water. Okay, so what it creates then is what we call, what it loses is what's called specific gravity.
Okay,
Right.
yeah, right.
So when you put the water and the acid together, it creates what we call a specific gravity. If you went and got one of the old test
Battery
tubes,
testers, the ones that float, right?
yes, correct. That's called specific gravity. When you put that in the battery and you pump the little black pump and it sucks the acid and the water up, the float inside will float up and down.
Tells
That's
you the
called
specific gravity, right?
Correct. That's the specific gravity of your battery. And even though that's sort of a very old-fashioned way to test the battery, it's still valid today because it's the specific gravity that you want to increase in the battery to bring it back to full capacity.
So that's
you
what
want
the
to get it-
reconditioning does, is it brings back the
Correct.
Right.
Yes. 100%. It'll bring that, get the specific gravity back up, mix the water and the acid together, and then if you did that and then put your little test tube in and suck the water up, you'd get a nice green reading on the float.
Okay, now I know. I learned something today. All right, so my next question is, the CTEK is a bit of an investment because it's a little bit more expensive than other chargers. Will it work with other batteries within, let's say, the voltage range, or will it only work with car batteries?
No, that charger you have in front of you, in that bonus pack, is what we call our MXS 5.0. That can charge batteries from 1.2 ampere hour up to 110 ampere hour. Okay, so that means you can select the motorcycle function on that charger to select a small motorcycle battery that could be, a 3 or 4 amp battery up to probably a 10 amp or a 14 amp battery. But then if you select car mode on that charger, you would be charging a battery's capacity from around about 20 amps up to 110 amps. So that would cover just about every vehicle and most SUVs battery capacity. But the average size of a battery in most vehicles is around about 75 ampere hour, okay? So when you get bigger batteries, then you would select a bigger size charger because you need higher ampere hours to bring that battery up to life, bring it back to 100% state of charge. So if you had a 200 ampere hour battery, you would need, a 20 amp charger.
All right, so my next question is, what other models, Jen, do we have locally that can, I think, work with larger, or what other variants of the CTEK charger do we have?
The one that you have with you, that's the MXS 5.0. That's actually the best-selling model globally, right, Robert? For CTEK.
Yes, it's around about 700,000 of that one model.
Right. So that one model, as Robert had mentioned, it can charge a multitude of different types of vehicle batteries. It actually depends, Neil, on the type of battery that's in your vehicle. It's not so much as the size of the vehicle. It has to do more with the type of battery and its capacity that's under your hood. So I think that's what most people don't understand. So for instance, the MXS 5.0, it works with lead acid batteries, so 12-volt lead acid batteries. If you have something like, if you're using a high performance vehicle, that I think high performance is about, how you consider a high performance vehicle would be about, it runs at about 300 horsepower, I think.
Right.
300 PS. That is also the type of vehicle that has a lot of electronics. Then you may want a larger capacity charger, which is, we usually recommend the MXS 10. because it has a supply mode that can support all of the electronics that need to work in the vehicle. Then if you have something, if you have an EFB battery under your hood, which is what most I-stop vehicles have. So an example of that would be Mazda vehicles,
Right,
the
right.
I-stop function. Then you would want to go for the CT5 start-stop. So it really depends on the type. So for example, if you have a vehicle that uses a lithium battery, very rare for here in the Philippines, but then CTEK also has a lithium charger for that. It really depends.
Wow. So you've got a pretty broad product line, and you guys are on top of the whole battery situation with the different kinds of vehicles out there.
Right.
That's pretty awesome. And these are all available locally, Jen?
Yes, it's available locally. You can visit blade.ph, of course. Over the pandemic, Blade has also sold quite a number of our products. So blade.ph online, and people can also find it at any Blade outlet nationwide. So you can find it most SM malls. They even have a standalone store along Mindanao Avenue. So
That's pretty awesome. So my takeaway from this is, if I plug it in and connect it to my car, and I walk away for a month, when I come back, it'll have a fully charged battery as if I just left it the day before.
Exactly.
Maybe even better.
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
Notwithstanding my
one-
tire air pressure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's for you to look after.
Yeah. That's pretty
And one
interesting.
other thing we haven't mentioned, the CTEK product is 100% safety. It doesn't matter if you put the leads on the wrong way. If you put the red on the black and the black on the red, a little light will flash on the charger and say nothing can happen, and it won't do any damage to the charger. It won't do any damage to the battery.
So it's Neil proof.
It's Neil proof.
Basically, it's Neil proof. Yeah.
All right. So do you have any special products like for the off-roading guys or any other sports or for people with garages, workshops?
Yeah, I mean, quite obviously, yeah, we sell workshop chargers that, would probably, most workshops, because they have limited time that they have their vehicles in a workshop for, we have chargers that are 25 amp. We have them that are 40 amp, 70 amp, 60 amp, and 120 amp per hour. That's when you get into the big workshop professional chargers, as we call them. That's when you get dealerships like Mercedes-Benz and all that, because they need these specific, what we call professional chargers. When they do computer software upgrade or software upgrade, you must support the battery. Otherwise, you lose all the data in the car on the computer if you're not supporting the battery during software upgrades and all that. We also have what we call DC-DC chargers, which is on-board charging, like a four-wheel drive, dual battery setup. If a four-wheel driver's got a second battery for his winch and all his accessories,
right.
We have a 20 amp on-board charger that charges your starter battery first after you crank the car, and then once the starting battery's full, it will then have like an isolation switch, and all the current would then go to the second battery in the vehicle, because that's used to run all your accessories.
So this is an onboard system.
Yeah, it's an onboard dual battery charger. Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, because I was watching on YouTube four-wheel drive action, and I was wondering how they managed to charge all their extra batteries, and they've got all this wiring there in the back seat. All right, so that's how it works.
Yeah, it's just what we call a dual battery charging system, which is very, very popular in countries like Australia, South Africa, places that get out and want to go free camping. They don't want to have any electricity. And it can also charge, you can also add a solar panel to it.
Oh,
So
that was
if
going to
you're
be my
out in-
next question. Yeah.
Yeah. If you're out, if you're out for a few days and your battery's running flat, you can just hook up a solar panel to it, and depending on the size of the panel, it'll just keep that second battery charged all the time.
Nice. Okay, so we've got a question in our comment section. We've got a question asking if it will work for 24, or if you have a charger for 24-volt vehicles like the jeepneys and trucks.
Yes, we have the what we call an MXT4, which is a 4 amp 24 volt charger. We have an MXT14, which is a 14 amp 24 volt charger.
All right. So, Jen, these would be for special order, or do you have these available here?
We have it available, but it has to be purchased directly from CTEK right now. So they can message us at CTEK, and then we can course it through Blade.
All right, great. Okay, we'll take note of that. You guys have Jen, a Facebook page,
yes.
Twitter, Instagram.
We do have a Facebook page at facebook.com/ctek.ph. And we also have an Instagram, which is at ctek.ph locally.
Cool. All right. So one more question before I let you go. I know there's quite a big time difference between Manila and Melbourne. Robert, what can we expect from CTEK in the future? Coming technologies, perhaps.
Well, we have some really exciting products that we'll release in 2021. The first product will be what we call CS free. So if you had a flat battery, you can take this product to your car. You don't need any AC power. You don't need to plug it into anything.
All right.
You connect it to the battery within 3 to 15 minutes, depending on the state of charge of the battery, it would charge that battery enough to start your car.
Wow.
And it's not a jump starter. It's actually a battery charger that charges the battery very, very quickly.
So this is not one of those power banks with the that you can...
No. People ask a lot, why don't we make power banks, jump starters? The simple reason is when you do that to a battery, it's very easy to damage all the electronics in the car, because you're actually shocking the battery. Look, some of those products have been around a long time, and some of them are quite good, but they are very, we've seen a lot of fires from these products, and CTEK have decided that's not what we do. We actually want to charge the battery, maintain the battery in good health. So don't shock it, charge it correctly. This, what we call the CS Free, is a world first product. No one else in the world has ever come up with this technology. Once you've used this product, you can actually put it in your USB or your cigarette socket in your car after you start the car and recharge it while you're driving
so it's
along.
reusable. Oh, good one.
It's reusable, right? And once it's fully charged, it would last for a year before you'd have to charge it again.
Wow. So you can leave it on the shelf.
Yes, but you could also use it to charge your computer, to charge your smartphone.
But it's not a power bank.
It's not a power bank, no.
Good one. That's a good one.
And there's one other exciting thing. If you're out in the bush, you can actually attach a mini solar panel to it to recharge it.
Wow. Okay. That's some interesting technology there.
Yeah. So it's what we call free. You don't have to be anywhere near, what we call the grid of, electricity to be able to use this product. We hope to have that early in 2021. Then quite obviously we've gone into electrical vehicle chargers, which will release a portable version next year, and we'll have an updated version of what we call an 8 amp charger at the back end of 2021. So yep, we're very keen to introduce new technology into the market as we move forward.
Good stuff to look forward to. Now, before I let you go, electric cars are, coming out. Are you guys going to be doing anything to work with electric car brands, maybe charging stations or stuff at home?
We are very, very strong in electric vehicle chargers throughout Europe. I think last year we sold around 40,000 chargers. Within Norway, Sweden, where electric vehicles are really, really popular, quite obviously, in a lot of European countries. Places like Australia, the Philippines, and a lot of Asian countries. The take up for electric vehicles is still a long way away.
That's true.
The grid into a lot of people's homes isn't sufficient to have an electrical vehicle charger, an EV charger. Most portable EV chargers for electric vehicles around are 11 kilowatts. If you were taking 11 kilowatts of electricity out of your home, your fridge would probably stop working and your TV would stop working. And you may get a little cranky, but you've got to make sure that when people do investing in electrical vehicles, that they understand what they need to charge the electrical vehicle from their home or whatever. And I think countries like in Asia and Australia, the government hasn't really backed electrical vehicles with a charging network throughout their countries, where in Europe, in a lot of countries in Europe like Norway, I think just about now every hire car in Norway is an electric vehicle, because the government has the infrastructure with charging stations all throughout Europe. And it's going to take a bit to catch on, but hopefully one day it'll catch on. But it's still a fair way away at the moment. But CTEK are we actually have an EV division, CTEK EV electrical vehicle chargers, and we sell whole solutions for shopping centres and electricity companies buy chargers of us to sell to their customers. So yes, we have moved with that technology.
I think
you're not doing too bad then.
To add to that, Neil, so as what Robert had mentioned, I think for our country, both you and I know that it's a long way away for us. I mean, despite all of the launches, despite all of the introductions, and we've had conversations. Robert has been here last year and in 2018, and we've had conversations with some manufacturers regarding this. But it's really down to government support and infrastructure for now before we can fully enter to offer solutions for this.
That's true. I mean, we've seen it in China, how because their government is adamant on bringing more electric vehicles on the road, that they've actually made it. Yeah, they've made it their agenda to make sure that there is infrastructure for electric vehicles, right? So I guess it'll be a while.
Yeah, 100%.
It will be a while.
It'll be a while. If you have a look at the country in China, in part of China, Shenzhen, just about every taxi in Shenzhen now is electric, because that's what the government said. You have to, if you're going to have a taxi, it must be electric. But what the government then did was put the infrastructure in to support the taxi network to be able to charge wherever they, in all these locations, because you can't run a electric taxi without power.
Yeah, that's true.
So they put the infrastructure through the whole of Shenzhen. So they, force the taxi industry to have electric taxis, and they're very efficient.
Yeah, that's true. Well, it's great to have had you two on with me this afternoon. I learned a lot about what the CTEK charger can do, and really happy that it's available for for Blade's patrons here in the Philippines and the good it can do for your car. So thanks for your time, Robert and Jen.
Thank
Thank you.
Yeah, we
Thanks,
would.
Neil,
And
for
CTEK
having us.
Yeah, CTEK would love to thank Blade for the support that they give us, with their product. They've been a really good supporter of our product, and we look forward to have the continued support with Blade and quite obviously our CTEK team in the Philippines have done a wonderful job for the product. But without Blade, I don't think we would be where we are today. So thank you to all those Blade listeners and customers that actually support the product. We really appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, Robert. And Jen?
What he said. What he said. But yeah, thank you also to Blade for always supporting us and for inviting us on the show. And Neil, thank you for the engaging questions. And we're always happy to be able to further educate our market because there's as you know, it's continuous learning and we always have a long way to go.
All right. Great. Well, thanks for joining me this afternoon, and we'll see you guys again soon. Have a good one, Robert and Jen. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving on, I would like to quickly thank our sponsors. We'll be right back after this.
Blade Radio Live would like to thank the following sponsors. Dub Project, Hero Motorcycle Accessories, Micromagic Premium Car Care, Sparco Racing Accessories, Pioneer, Transcend, Bosch, Virtua, Type S. If you like the programs at Blade Radio, please support our sponsors. And now, let's get back to our regular program.
Hey, we're back. And you know what? I'd like to remind you, again, I'd like to thank Miss Jen Chu of CTEK Philippines and Sir Robert Briggs, the regional manager for CTEK over in Melbourne. And I do believe we have a 3-hour time difference, so it's probably time for him to head home. Anyway, we'd like to thank everyone for watching with us today. And of course, I'd like to remind you to share, subscribe, and like on our social media channels, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Shopee, and Lazada, because those are 2 places you can get CTEK and stuff from Blade. And of course, Blade.ph. So look for Blade Auto Center on those platforms. And reminding you to also head over to Kart Club Philippines Facebook group. It's a great community to join. You'll learn a lot of things, find out about a lot of things even before the rest of the internet does. So Facebook group called Kart Club Philippines. Reminding you to also patronize our other shows during the week. Every Monday, Iisang Pangarap with Senpai Kazu, Blade Muto with Love Love on Tuesdays, Blade Stories with Mr. Wright on Wednesdays. There's this dude on Thursdays, and the show is called Daily Drive, but I heard he was okay. His name is Anyways, on Fridays, Jack Logan with Bloody Boom, and on Saturdays, it's Aiki Wika this week. So do check that out. Again, thanks for joining me today. I'll see you again next time. Again, coming at you live here at Blade Auto Center, the country's largest car accessories chain store, Blade Auto Center. I said that already. Bye. We'll see you next time.
Blade Radio Live would like to thank the following sponsors. Dub Project, Hero Motorcycle Accessories, Micromagic Premium Car Care, Sparco Racing Accessories, Pioneer, Transcend, Bosch, For Chihuahua, type S. If you like the programs at Blade Radio, please support our sponsors. And now, let's get back to our regular program.
Pangarap ko ang Paskong mapayapa, walang kaguluhan, lahat maligaya, walang lahi, walang yaman, salo-salo, sa lungkot at saya.
Ako, sila, tayo, iisang mundo ang ating tahanan, isang pangarap. Tayo'y magsama-sama, sa amin ay makisakay, tayo'y magkaisa. Ngayong Pasko ay magbigay kami isang pamilya, halina at makisabay, kami ng diwa ng saya, gawing magkulay ang buhay. Iisang pangarap, isang pangarap. Pangarap ko ang Pasko ay masaya, lahat ng tao ay nasa piling ng mahal nila.
Karamay ka, kaibigan mo, hindi ka na mag-isa. Ikaw, ako, sila, tayo,
isang mundo ang ating tahanan, isang pangarap. Tayo'y magsama-sama, sa amin ay makisakay, tayo'y magkaisa. Ngayong Pasko ay magbigay kami isang pamilya, halina at makisabay, kami ng diwa ng saya, gawing makulay ang buhay. Tayo'y magsama-sama, sa amin ay makisakay, tayo'y magkaisa. Ngayong Pasko ay magbigay kami isang pamilya, halina at makisabay, kami ng diwa ng saya, gawing makulay ang buhay. Ikaw, ako, sila, tayo, iisang pangarap. Iisang pangarap. Wow! Isang pangarap. Isang pangarap. Isang pangarap. Isang pangarap. Isang pangarap. Tayo'y magsama-sama, sa amin ay makisakay, tayo'y magkaisa. Ngayong Pasko ay magbigay kami isang pamilya, halina at makisabay. Let's spread the joy and laughter, let's make the world much brighter. This place is better. This place is better. This place is better. This place is better. This place is better.
Blade Auto Center offers you a wide range of car accessories, auto parts, tools, and car-related gift ideas. Find everything you need here at Blade Auto Center. You're tuned in to Blade Radio. Blade Radio. Here at Blade Auto Center, we always put our customers first. We know our parts and products, and we've got the best merchandise at the right price. At the right price. This is Blade Radio. Blade Radio.
Hey there guys, Saber here. Welcome back to Blade Radio. Here we're always pushing the pedal when it comes to bringing you the best mix of driving music and high quality, value for money car products and services.
You got Edge right here too, and you are absolutely right, Saber. It's all here under one roof. And what's more, our friendly and attentive staff is always on hand to give you expert advice on the latest car products available.
Of course, Blade offers top industry brands like Sparco, 3M, Dub, Meguiar's, Pioneer, Mothers, Garment, and many more, all of course at a very reasonable price.
We hope you enjoy your visit here at Blade Auto Center. Meanwhile, let's get right back to the music. Keep it here and always remember, if it's Blade, it's better.